Chapter 1557. Everyone looked at Li Zongjio in disbelief. Killing a level 5 monster with a single strike, even the city lord of Gale City did not have such a cultivation base. Even his attack was very ordinary. Under this strike, there was not even the slightest ripple that spread to other places. It could be said that the control of the power itself was quite precise. It was definitely not something that could be done so easily. A level 5-2 monster had to be at least an primitive emperor to be able to kill it. So who exactly was this Li Zongjio in front of him? It doesn't matter who I am, Li Zongjio said as he shook his head. He did not reveal his identity. Otherwise, he was afraid of scaring these people in front of him. If that was the case, it would not be good. At that time, there would be no one to lead the way. If he had to walk alone, he did not know how long it would take. However, to be able to take out so many primordial stones so casually, he can't be an ordinary person. The old captain immediately reacted. However, in comparison, the situation in front of them left a deeper impression. This is the soul stone in the monster's body. The sentinel put it in the monster's body? The soul stone was taken out. It was a kind of black stone. However, there was a small hole on the black stone. After Li Zongjio saw the soul stone, he knew that the stone itself had a certain degree of life. Such an evil thing. If this soul stone was absorbed by someone, although it could indeed increase one's mental strength in a short period of time, after a long period of time it would be awakened. However, after a long period of time, the life form within the soul stone would definitely awaken. The situation after that was self-evident. Perhaps the life form would directly take over one's body. You would become its puppet. Why is there so much danger on this continent every day? Where did all these strange things come from? Li Zongjio himself was already a little tired of these things that kept appearing. Could it be that someone was causing trouble in the dark? Otherwise, why would there always be these things flying in and out? They would appear at the drop of a hat. Ever since Li Zongjio had become the peak existence of the Holy Martial Continent, Li Zongjio had become the Holy Martial Continent's top existence. After becoming an existence that could protect a part of the world, he discovered that there were too many things that wanted to rush to the Shangu continent to cause trouble. Since this thing is evil, then give it to us. A sharp voice came from the forest. There was a trace of surprise and joy in his voice. Blackwater Mercenary Group. Li Zongjio had noticed these people a long time ago. He didn't even go far. He had been following behind them all this time. Now that these people from the Blackwater Mercenary Group had appeared, the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group had already started preparing for battle. The first encounter might have been due to luck. Everyone had sensed the same movement and headed in the same direction. The possibility of meeting each other in the end was very high. But now, the two groups of people had met again. They must be plotting something. Blackwater, you asked for it. The old commander and the others also simultaneously released their essence energy. Suddenly, a powerful, thunderous aura swept through the entire forest. You guys are crazy. Blackwater and the others saw the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group's people and directly released their essence energy. Using this method would definitely attract the two monsters nearby. If they were surrounded by these two monsters, then only death would await them. Attack! Let's end this quickly. Blackwater was also a ruthless person. The Blackwater Mercenary Group had a total of 22 people, double the number of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Group. Moreover, there was a weak-looking person on the other side. Therefore, these people were very bold. They directly attacked, wanting to take down the person in front of them. However, Li Zongjio made his move. Swish! A sword aura flashed past. It seemed that at this moment there was a resplendent movement. However, it was quickly extinguished. The sword aura seemed to have flashed some light and then disappeared. Before anyone could react, Li Zongjio sheathed his sword and stood there. Blackwater and the others then felt their bodies. It seemed that There was a strange situation. They lowered their heads to look. They actually found that their bodies had left them. Farther and farther away. Bang! Before they could think clearly, they were already dead. Their whole bodies were split into two halves. The rest of the team members were also in the same state. They had all been easily sliced in half. After landing, they were also in a very miserable state. The Fierce Wind mercenary group's people saw this scene and were all shocked in their hearts. This kind of thing, but they had never seen it before. Li Zongjio had killed all of his old rivals with a single slash of his sword. But the others also reacted. This was a person who directly killed a level 5 monster with one slash. How could they underestimate him? His strength was not simple. Seeing this, the others directly sighed in their hearts. Of all the people to offend, they had to offend this mysterious master. Li Zongjio reached out his hand and sucked the storage bag from Blackwater's waist into his hand. After opening it, he found 6 soul stones. You have already gotten 6 soul stones, but you still don't want to give up. Too greedy. The others also shook their heads one after another. Obviously, they felt that it was a pity for the latter's behavior. If they could take these out, they would definitely be rich. At least they would not have to die. These soul stones will backfire on the host. How many of them are out there now? Where are the soul stones? Li Zongjio asked. The soul stones themselves appeared here? It was also a very dangerous thing to do. How many? I can't count them. There are at least 500 of them. Now, in the black market, 1 soul stone has already been sold at a high price. It can only be bought with at least 100 mid-grade primordial stones. And there is a demand for it, but there is no market. Many mercenary groups are also risking their lives to enter. These 2 monsters are also randomly moving between the forests. They are also specially looking for masters to carry out suicide attacks, the old leader said. In this case, it seems that there is indeed a problem because these 2 monsters specially look for powerful people to attack. It seems that they take the initiative to send their soul stones to the enemy. Another young man said. Everyone's hearts were instantly filled with shock. That was a possibility as well. Now that it was said, it seemed that there was a very high possibility that it was inside. Someone is coming again. This time, not only Li Zongjio, but also the people from the Fierce Wind mercenary group noticed it. Because the other party's movement was very big, and there were fluctuations of the battle here just now, it was very normal for them to sense the situation here and rush over quickly. Clatter! A group of soldiers in black armor appeared one after another. They surrounded Li Zongjio and the others. However, the leader was actually a woman, and Li Zongjio knew this woman. It's the Black Ghost Army. Everyone don't act rashly. They are from the government. The old leader raised his hands and said, These Black Ghost Army were not to be trifled with. Once they started fighting, they would definitely be quite fierce. When these well-trained people fought, the situation would be completely different. Lord Evil. When Wan Yulan saw Li Zongjio in front of her, she was also surprised. She took off her helmet and walked in front of Li Zongjio. Miss Wan, long time no see. Li Zongjio also greeted Wan Yulan. The daughter of the Haika dynasty, Wan Yulan, Marquis Wan Yulan. In the current Haika dynasty, she was the first of the 4 protectors of the country. Wan Yulan was able to sit in this position because of Li Zong's guidance. Li Zong was also a powerful spirit master. He was born with strong spirit power. Evil Lord. The people from the Fierce Wind mercenary group were shocked. They looked at Li Zongjio in front of them in disbelief. They would never have thought that the person in front of them was the legendary Evil Lord. Evil Lord. The Haiku dynasty's gladiator arena was the place where the Evil Lord's name first spread. It was the place where the Evil Lord's name began to spread. Later on, those who had witnessed the battle of the Evil Lord felt that it was an incomparably great honor for them in this lifetime. Moreover, Evil Lord always killed his opponents with one move. Such a cool attitude. Sure enough, it was Evil Lord. We worship Evil Lord. Even Wan Yulan, General Wan, directly said that it was Evil Lord. Could it be that General Wan Yulan was mistaken? However, these people were obviously a little incoherent. They never thought that the person in front of them was actually the legendary figure. One must know that Xiao Jiao worshipped the Evil Lord, Li Zongjiu, the most. It was no wonder that Li Zongjiu had refused to reveal his identity. Now that he had said it out loud, it had really frightened them. Chapter 1558. Wan Yulan was also very curious about Li Zongjiu. She did not expect Li Zongjiu to come here quietly. Obviously, he had taken this matter to heart. Since this was the case, Wan Yulan was very grateful to Li Zongjiu. Are you also here for this soul stone? Li Zongjiu asked. Wan Yulan nodded. I found that there is something strange about this soul stone. Recently, there has been a case in the imperial capital. Wan Yulan glanced at the people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps in front of her. Obviously, she was checking to see if these people were trustworthy. However, it was not a secret in itself. It was just that they found out about it earlier. It was just a little earlier. After a while, everyone would probably know about it. There has been a case where the soul stone backfired. In one night, the person who absorbed the power of the soul stone slaughtered his entire family. This was not a sensational story. It was something that had really happened. And such a thing had happened in the imperial capital. This was even more inconceivable. That was why Wan Yulan was sent to investigate this matter. After hearing Wan Yulan's story, the people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps were very shocked. This kind of thing had really happened. Therefore, after Evil Lord Li Zongjiu took a look at the soul stone, he directly pointed out the problem with the soul stone. As expected of Evil Lord, he could tell at a glance. However, the pitiful ones were those who had been killed. It made people feel pity for him. Such a tragic thing had actually happened. It was indeed very painful and hard to believe. If they had stopped the spread of the soul stone earlier, they might have been able to prevent such a thing from happening. I didn't expect it to be like what Evil Lord said. Should we confiscate all the soul stones that we have found previously? The old commander could not help but interject. This matter could be said to be. It was very serious. Just one soul stone was enough to make a person's bestial nature erupt, and then the people around him? Everyone was killed. How could anyone endure such an extremely dangerous situation? Even the entire country would fall into panic, and there would definitely be chaos in the future. Before we came, the imperial court had already issued a ban. No trading of soul stones is allowed, and all soul stones must be handed over. Wan Yulan glanced at the old regiment commander and said, but obviously this didn't work. That's because many people don't really care about it, even if it's in your hands. If these things were banned, it would only make these things more valuable. This was the most troublesome thing. You can deal with these matters yourselves. I need to find the location of this tombstone. Li Zongjiu said, when something like this happened, there would definitely be losses. Someone would have to pay the price for greed. If you were to cultivate in a down-to-earth manner, you wouldn't need to resort to such crooked methods. Naturally, such a problem wouldn't occur. These people were cultivating with the help of soul stones today. Sooner or later, they would die in the hands of some random things. There was nothing to be regretful about. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, the death of a few greedy people was not worth regretting. He even felt that it would be better for a few more people to die. Our mission is to seal off this forest area. At the same time, we'll try our best to control these soul stones in this evil forest. We can't let these soul stones spread outside. Wan Yulan said. In front of him, Wan Yulan had also led the black armored army to conduct a carpet search and coincidentally found Li Zongjiu. Since they had met Li Zongjiu, this was a very rare opportunity. If they could join forces with Li Zongjiu, it would be a very good experience. Hence, Wan Yulan led the black armored army directly, and under the leadership of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps, they continued to search ahead. They continued to search ahead. Their purpose was to help Li Zongjio find the place where the tombstone fell from the sky. They did not expect to be protected by the black armored army. At this moment, the members of the Fierce Wind mercenary group felt a sense of security. At the same time, being able to move together with the evil dominator was a glorious thing that they could brag about for a long time after they returned. They could even brag about it for the rest of their lives. The surrounding vegetation is dark gray. It's the aura of death, and there are obvious signs of fragmentation. Lord, evil Lord, the tomb must be nearby. The few of them observed the surrounding terrain. Finally, they were sure. It was nearby, within a radius of 500 meters. When everyone went over a valley, they saw a place where there was a black aura lingering in front of them. In the valley, there was a trace of sinister aura. Even if it was just a slight glance, they already felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It made them feel very uncomfortable. They even felt as if their souls were about to be absorbed. Looking at the scene in front of them, Li Zongjio's eyes lit up. Right in the middle of the valley, there was a tombstone. This tombstone did not look much different from an ordinary tombstone. Even its size was about the same. However, there were no words on this tombstone. A wordless tombstone. Not far from the tombstone, there was an entrance to the tomb. It was extremely dark in the tomb, and nothing could be seen. However, if one was an experienced forest hunter, he would be able to see that there seemed to be some figures in the surrounding soil. Obviously, as long as there was any aura near, it would definitely awaken these sleeping figures. Your mission is complete. You can leave now, Li Zongjio said. He did not know what would happen next. Li Zongjio was not these people's nanny. Most importantly, there was no need for these people to stay here. He immediately sent the Fierce Wind mercenary corps and the black armored army away. Wan Yulan stayed. Wan Yulan's mental strength had already reached the peak of the primitive emperor realm. One more step and she would reach the Supreme Being realm. In order to break through the Supreme Being realm, she still needed a certain amount of time and opportunity to succeed. Therefore, Wan Yulan was also waiting for such an opportunity. After everyone left, Li Zongjio leaped and rushed toward the tombstone. The nameless tombstone seemed to have sensed something, and it actually moved quickly. With a swoosh, it hid in the dark tomb. At this moment, within a radius of 50 meters of the tombstone, a series of explosions instantly rang out. At the same time, dozens of figures emerged from the ground. All of them were tomb monsters. However, these tomb monsters seemed to have evolved more perfectly. They looked more like humans. At the same time, they had weapons in their hands. Some of them were swords and spears made of bones. This is the first time I've seen tomb monsters with weapons. These are at least level 7 and above. Wan Yulan could easily deal with these level 6 monsters. However, until now, she had not encountered any level 7 monsters. Clearly, the strength of these monsters was much stronger. Be careful. Chapter 1559. Apparently, the tombstone had deliberately set up a trap, waiting for Li Zongjio to jump into it. Therefore, when Li Zongjio landed, the monsters that were lying in ambush were all activated. Therefore, Li Zongjio's unparalleled sword did not stop moving. He waved it. Immediately, the unparalleled sword released a powerful sword chi, instantly killing all the monsters that were close to it. Bang! 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 These monsters were also easily cut in half. However, they quickly came back to life. Go, Wushuang! Hua Wushuang jumped out of the unparalleled sword, and with a trace of fire, she rushed toward the monsters in front of her. In an instant, the fire lingered. She burned all the monsters in front of her. They turned into black ashes and fell to the ground. Then, Hua Wushuang also landed in front of Li Zongjio. There's something strange about these things. Even Hua Wushuang could feel the strangeness of these things. It was obvious that although these monsters had been blasted into powder, they were still alive. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu saw that the powder on the ground seemed to turn over and become a living thing. Under such circumstances, it quickly rushed toward Li Zongjiu. It was as if the black ashes had turned into a ball, approaching Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu blasted out a palm, and the powder was blown away. When the powder spread out from Li Zongjiu's hand again, Li Zongjiu had a bad feeling. Oh no! Immediately he saw that the powder seemed to have grown eyes and wings. It gathered into a small ball, and quickly rushed toward Wan Yulan. He did not expect that the target of these things was not Li Zongjiu, but Wan Yulan. Wan Yulan? He did not expect that these things were so smart. They did not go for the strongest Li Zongjiu, but went for her who was weaker. Spirit barrier. In fact, Wan Yulan was no ordinary person. Even in such a situation, she did not panic. She quickly released her own power and condensed her mental power into a force in front of her. This was an invisible barrier that nothing could penetrate. Don't use your mental power, Li Zongjiu said, but it was already too late. When the powder came into contact with Wan Yulan's psychic energy, it was like fire coming into contact with gunpowder, instantly igniting. Instantly, Wan Yulan's spiritual power increased by tens of thousands of times. It formed an extremely strong spiritual storm. When the storm came, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Li Zongjiu also felt a strong pressure. The opponent's strength had obviously reached the Xiantian level in an instant. Boom! Li Zongjiu was sent flying by the sudden surge of mental strength, and his body fell to the ground. Something that hadn't happened for a long time had actually happened. He was injured. The power that appeared in an instant just now also injured Li Zongjiu. Cough, cough. Li Zongjiu spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Now, Li Zongjiu's physique had changed. Even his blood had turned golden. With such a strong physique, he could withstand a stronger impact. Wan Yulan in front seemed to be entangled by countless sandstorms. She was reborn in this sandstorm. Boom! Wan Yulan could no longer be described as herself at this moment. The latter's eyes released a dark light. It seemed that all the power and mysteries were related to darkness. Suddenly, Wan Yulan's eyes shook. Suddenly, the aura within a radius of 10,000 miles shook. Boom! Like an extremely strong storm, it quickly rushed toward Li Zongjiu. In an instant, she actually activated the power of heaven and earth within 10,000 miles. It was like an energy tide that belonged to the essence of heaven and earth. In an instant, it swept toward Li Zongjiu and attacked. As for Li Zongjiu himself, he was also rapidly using his own will. Forged into a solid wall. Boom! And just as Li Zongjiu's will was formed, it was the tombstone hidden in the tomb. But suddenly he rushed out. In the blink of an eye, it released a huge black light that was tens of thousands of feet long. Then, it suddenly fell towards Li Zongjiu. Oh no! Boom! In an instant, Li Zongjiu used all his strength to send out the unparalleled sword. Meanwhile, he himself was being suppressed by this nameless tombstone. And what was used was the power of Li Zongjiu's will. Using Li Zongjiu's will to suppress Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had never seen such a powerful opponent. Who exactly was the opponent? In the unparalleled sword, Huo Wushuang now had the strength of an absolute saint. Naturally, he could move freely, which was already very powerful. And after Huo Wushuang was sent out, he understood that Li Zongjiu was in a very dangerous situation. Li Zongjiu was directly trapped by the opponent. The only person who could help Li Zongjiu was Qi Yanran. But Qi Yanran's strength was only on par with Li Zongjiu's. If he went to find Qi Yanran, it might not be effective. Black Sea. Huo Wushuang immediately flew on his sword. He flew quickly in the direction of the dark area. Now, it seemed that only the Black Sea Lord could save Li Zongjiu. It was Li Zongjiu's first time being trapped by someone. The power in the surroundings all came from him. How could he break his defense with his own strength? This was impossible. The opponent was really smart. At this moment, Wan Yulan landed and looked at Li Zongjio with disdain. She raised her hand and piled up countless bones that belonged to the evil forest on Li Zongjio's body. In the end, it was directly made into a tomb, with the addition of this tombstone. Coincidentally, it was also a complete tomb. However, Li Zongjio could only be trapped and could not get out. Obviously, the opponent had used a powerful strength to directly take away Wan Yulan's will. It was obviously impossible for the opponent to take over his strength. So he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to find Wan Yulan. In such a clear-headed situation, he directly poured his own strength into the opponent's body and sealed the opponent's will to take over the body. Even Li Zongjio could not do this. This meant that the opponent's strength was far above Li Zongjio's. However, the latter was obviously not in his best condition. If he was in his best condition, he would not have trapped Li Zongjio. He would have directly killed him. Even though Li Zongjio wasn't sure what was going on, he still felt a sense of crisis. Since that was the case, he decided to give the unparalleled sword away. At the very least, he had to have a backup plan. After all, Wu Shuang did not seem to be of any use here. The opponent's strength was not something that Wu Shuang could compare to. He was trapped in front of an iron wall built by his own will. Li Zongjio was actually unable to retract his willpower. What kind of strange move was this? However, looking at Wan Yulan's last eyes, it was obvious that something was very wrong. This mysterious existence had probably taken over Wan Yulan's body and would soon sweep across the entire continent. With these strange tomb monsters and the soul stone. Soul stone? Li Zongjio thought of this soul stone. Although Li Zongjio only discovered a little when he first explored, he thought it was a strange method, so he did not delve into the use of this thing. Therefore, Li Zongjio also needed to understand this soul stone. What was the situation? Previously, Li Zongjio had indeed encountered some formidable opponents. However, in Li Zongjio's opinion, these opponents were nothing to be afraid of. However, this one was different. This person was very smart. This made Li Zongjio feel that it was quite troublesome. He was not afraid of the opponent being strong, but he was afraid of the opponent being smart. Li Zongjio even suspected that he had fallen into the other party's trap from the very beginning in order to trap him. Or rather, the opponent wanted to do something very inhumane to him. This made Li Zongjio directly worried. This guy was really quite powerful. If he wanted to destroy the entire Xingu continent, Li Zongjio was not worried. With the existence of a powerhouse like the Black Sea Overlord, these people would not watch the Xingu continent be destroyed. There must be a reason why the human race could survive on the Xingu continent for so long. However, Li Zongjio was worried about Luoxia City. Therefore, he absolutely could not be trapped here for too long. Immediately, Li Zongjio also took out the soul stone. After looking at it, he did not find anything strange. Only by absorbing the power in this soul stone would he be able to. However, according to the example that Wan Yulan mentioned before, those who absorbed the power of the soul stone were all controlled in the end, and their murderous nature was even triggered. However, Li Zongjio was quite confident in his strength. Immediately, Li Zongjio also began to absorb the power in this soul stone. Now, although Li Zongjio could not leave, it was also impossible for the opponent to enter. First, they had to break Li Zongjio's willpower defense. Li Zongjio was confident. It was not an easy task to break through his innate level 5 defense. According to the previous situation, the opponent's strength was only at the innate level 7. Chapter 1560. Gale City. Qi Yanran landed on the ground. For half a month, there was no news about Li Zongjio. For Qi Yanran, this was a very unusual thing. For this reason, Qi Yanran specially went to the sacred martial realm. However, there was no sign of Li Zongjio in the sacred martial realm. Qi Yanran immediately realized that something was wrong. Therefore, she used the White Deer Mansion's intelligence network. She collected all the information about Li Zongjio. Although Evil Lord was invincible, the White Deer Mansion was an intelligence agency. Therefore, they only collected information, regardless of whether you were invincible or not. Therefore, the final news appeared in Gale City. Half a month ago, Evil Lord's name appeared in Gale City. It was said that Li Zongjiu and a mercenary group entered the evil forest together. They also encountered the Black Ghost Army. Recently, there were also tragedies related to the Soul Stones in the Heike dynasty. Therefore, the imperial court of the Heike dynasty quickly integrated their forces and completely blocked the Soul Stones. After obtaining them, they sent them directly to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Under the refining of the true fire of dozens of alchemists, the Soul Stones were destroyed. Were the materials of these Soul Stones also incomparable? They were very strong. These high-level alchemists also needed to constantly concentrate their strength. It would take them several days to refine a Soul Stone. To be able to effectively control the Soul Stone within half a month was a very difficult task for the Heichu dynasty. But at the same time, it was also a very difficult task. One could imagine how much resistance they would encounter in the process. However, the Heichu dynasty also relied on their strong courage to deal with this matter. But now, there were a lot of hidden dangers everywhere. Therefore, more time was needed. Gale City had also become a key city under supervision. One had to know that Gale City was the closest city to the Forest of Evil. If a Soul Stone were to appear, it would appear there first. Today, the city lord of Gale City had received an order early in the morning. There was an important person coming, and he must receive this person well. Otherwise, not only would he lose his position as city lord, but he might also lose his head. Therefore, early in the morning, Jin Wuji, the castellan who held the power of life and death in Gale City, had been waiting there. Above the sky, a beautiful figure descended. When Jin Wuji saw this person, he was shocked. Although he had already mentally prepared himself, he was still completely shocked when he saw the person in front of him. He had never imagined that it would actually be this person. My lord, Gale City Lord, Jin Wuji awaits your arrival. Jin Wuji knelt down. He had been lucky enough to meet Qi Yanran before. That was during the meeting between the three dynasties. However, at that time, Jin Wuji was just a follower of the Heike dynasty. He could not participate in the meeting. He was only able to survive because of Qi Yanran and Li Zongjiu. Recently, Jin Wuji's performance had been outstanding. Therefore, he was temporarily transferred to Gale City to carry out the ruthless means. The matter of preventing the Soul Stone was extremely serious. It must be done by someone who was tough enough. If it was too soft, there would be no way. Well, therefore, Jin Wuji was transferred here. He did not expect that he could meet such a high and mighty person like Qi Yanran here. You are the city lord here. I want to see all the members of the Gale mercenary group. Qi Yanran said. Before coming, the White Deer Mansion was only visited by the imperial court of the Heike dynasty. But Qi Yanran came faster. It was estimated that this guy had just received the order, and he had already arrived. I'll go and gather them. My lord, please come with me to the hall to rest for a while. Qi Yanran nodded. Was Li Zongjiu in danger? Qi Yanran was not worried about Li Zongjiu's life. However, maybe Li Zongjiu was in danger now and needed someone to help him to ensure his safety. She needed to get out of danger as soon as possible. Although she was anxious, she had to stay calm at this critical moment. Jin Wuji immediately sent people to gather the members of the Gale mercenary group. They happened to be in the city now. After all, the masters of this mercenary group were all experienced in hunting monsters in the tomb. If they went out, they might get the Soul Stone. Then, if they went a long way and deliberately bypassed Gale City, it would be difficult to stop them. Therefore, Jin Wuji specially ordered people to keep these people in the city. It happened that these people of the Gale mercenary group had received a huge sum of money. Now, they did not need to take risks at all. As long as they made good use of the money, they could live a comfortable life. Soon, the members of the Gale mercenary group were summoned. They were all brought to the governor's mansion. Jin Wuji told Qi Yanran that they were all here. Qi Yanran immediately got up and went. She came to these people. "I want to talk to them alone." Qi Yanran sent Jin Wuji away. The news about Li Zongjie was more or less a secret in Jianghu. How could these ordinary people know about it? After all, it would be inconvenient. There were 25 people in the Gale mercenary group. Previously, 15 of them were recuperating in Qin Yu's mansion. Now that they had money, all their illnesses and injuries were directly treated. After that, the Gale mercenary group had been discussing how to use this huge sum of money. Fortunately, in the face of this huge sum of money, everyone kept calm. Moreover, the money was distributed equally. It was mainly because they had gone through many life and death situations together. As for whether it was money or not, there was really no need to worry about it. It was already quite difficult to find such a group of people who valued friendship so much. Now that they were suddenly summoned by the governor of Gale City, and their attitude was unusually firm, it showed that this matter was not simple. Everyone was not clear about the situation. However, they heard from the people who came that a big shot wanted to see them. Therefore, he summoned them here. Immediately, everyone was waiting anxiously. Qi Yanran walked in. She appeared in front of the members of the Gale mercenary group. You are. When the old commander saw Qi Yanran, he was stunned. His eyes were full of shock and his heart was shocked. He even thought that he was old and dizzy. Master Qi. Qi Yanran did not have a famous nickname. She was not as Chinibyu as Li Zongjie. Even because of Li Zongjie, Qi Yanran rarely showed up. But she was very well known in Jianghu. Those who knew Li Zongjie must know Qi Yanran. In this world, how many people had not heard of Li Zongjie's name? Chapter 1561. Therefore, when everyone in Gale City saw Qi Yanran, they were obviously shocked. After all, they had just met Evil Lord some time ago, and now they were summoned by Evil Lord's wife again. What kind of luck did their mercenary group have? Let me ask you, what happened between Li Zongjie and you in the evil forest? You have to answer truthfully, not a word wrong. Qi Yanran said. Now there were too many versions outside, and it was strange. After all, in this kind of retelling, there were often people who exaggerated. When the old regiment commander heard Qi Yanran's words, he knew that something must have happened. That was why she asked this question. Immediately, the old commander did not dare to have the slightest hesitation and told her everything he knew. From the moment they met Evil Lord to the time they parted. Qi Yanran also listened carefully. The old commander also knew how to behave appropriately. For such an expert, any exaggeration could be seen through at a glance. Now that he had spoken about this matter, he had no choice but to do so. Then, of course, it had to be carried out exactly as it was. Wan Yulan? In other words, in the end, only Wan Yulan and Li Zongjie were together. And you have also met the mysterious tombstone? Qi Yanran said. Yes, we were all there, and every word is accurate. The old commander hurriedly said, Sir, can you lead the way again? Qi Yanran said, Obviously, Li Zongjie's disappearance must have something to do with this tombstone. Then, as long as they found this mysterious tombstone, they would definitely be able to find the relationship with Li Zongjie. As for Wan Yulan, she was also missing. They also received the news a few days ago. Wan Yulan also disappeared. Until now, she had not returned. However, the Marquis of Wan Yulan's residents did not use their connections to search for Wan Yulan. Even now, the Black Nether army was still in the small town, waiting for Wan Yulan's return. Perhaps in the eyes of the Black Nether army, it was absolutely safe for the general to stay with Li Zongjie. If Li Zongjie wanted to hurt Wan Yulan, Li Zongjie would not be able to stop him. In that case, no one in the world would be able to resist it. If Li Zongjio couldn't protect Wan Yulan, then who else in the world could protect Wan Yulan? Therefore, the Black Nether Army was also very comfortable as they camped in this small town. They ate and drank well, trained normally, and received some information. This guard lasted for half a month. "I'm willing to serve you, sir," the old regiment commander said. Since Qi Yanran had spoken, how could he refuse? If he refused, it would definitely not do him any good. When such a person spoke, there would not even be a chance to refuse. After all, the consequences of refusing such a person like Qi Yanran were not something they could bear. Even if Qi Yanran did not care about it, there would definitely be someone who would come to clean up such a situation. Therefore, the old regiment commander agreed very straightforwardly. "We'll go too." The people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps also said one after another, although going again would put them in danger. However, they couldn't just stand by and watch their old regiment commander take the risk alone. "You guys stay in the city. Your regiment commander will be back soon." Qi Yanran pressed one hand on the old regiment commander's shoulder. Then the two figures directly disappeared from where they stood. The people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps were stunned. They looked around and did not even open the doors and windows. They disappeared into thin air, just like that. Is this the legendary teleportation? What a powerful ability. What kind of cultivation does one have to be able to do this? Obviously, these people of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps. They were also stunned by the strength shown by Qi Yanran. In fact, Qi Yanran's strength had always been a mystery in Jianghu. After all, Li Zongjie would take care of everything. Not to mention this kind of thing, Li Zongjie would take care of it. Naturally, Qi Yanran did not need to do anything, but she was able to become evil Lord's woman. How could her strength be ordinary? When the old regiment commander saw the things around him again, he had already arrived outside the evil forest. He was immediately shocked. So fast! Fierce Wind City was at least 100 miles away from the evil forest. The distance was 180 miles, but in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived. This was probably the origin of the phrase appearing and disappearing like a ghost. The old regiment commander also took Qi Yanran and walked quickly into the evil forest. The old commander himself could also see that Qi Yanran seemed to be very anxious, but he was a lowly person and did not dare to ask too much. "Go straight, don't take a detour." Qi Yanran felt that there seemed to be a mental strength in the sky above the evil forest, disturbing the mental strength. So Qi Yanran could not use her mental strength in such a place. If the influence was deep enough, it might also have a great impact on her mental strength, which was not worth the loss. Okay. The old regiment commander did not hesitate. He directly took Qi Yanran in the direction of the mysterious tombstone. Along the way, some two monsters and the like appeared. They did not even have time to meet Qi Yanran and were directly killed by Qi Yanran. The old regiment commander's heart trembled when he saw this. Sure enough, this was the reason why he could not offend a woman. She did not even blink when she attacked. She directly shattered them. Even their soul stones had been shattered by the impact. The movement was loud. Wan Yulan, who was cultivating in the tomb, also opened her eyes at this moment. At this moment, Wan Yulan's appearance was gradually changing. It could be seen that Wan Yulan's hair had directly turned white. "If you want to play, then I'll play with you." Wan Yulan bent her finger and flicked. Suddenly, this force seemed to split the space in front of her. Immediately, countless figures rushed out from this crack. Boom! 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 These two monsters were also crazily surging. Their movements were fast and their attacks were sharp. They were powerful. Qi Yanran and the old regiment commander saw that the ground in front of them was shaking rapidly. "Stop," Qi Yanran said. The old regiment commander also looked at the situation in front of him following this fluctuation. This This. In front of them, an overwhelming number of tomb monsters appeared, and they were different from the tomb monsters they had seen before. These tomb monsters were also holding a tombstone in their hands. I have never seen such a level of monster before. Level 10 monsters. The old regiment commander exclaimed. The scene in front of them was spectacular. Seeing this, the level 10 monsters rushed out one after another. This was for the old regiment commander. Even if there was only one of them, it was enough to destroy a dynasty. The monsters raised the tombstones in their hands and smashed them in the direction of Qi Yanran. Obviously, they were here to kill the two of them. Boom! Boom! A strong force attacked. Qi Yanran waved her hand and defeated the opponent with the desolate heaven essence. Chapter 1562. Countless tombstones were smashed into pieces. But at the same time, these smashed tombstones turned into extremely sharp and powerful hidden weapons. They instantly rushed toward the two of them. Qi Yanran waved her hand. A wave of yuan power wrapped these flying stones and sent them back to where they came from. Whoosh! These level 10 monsters were hit one after another. Even their bodies were on the verge of collapsing in an instant. Bang! They instantly rolled to the ground. But soon, these level 10 monsters got up again. Divine light. Qi Yanran flicked her finger. Suddenly, a ray of light was released. These level 10 monsters that could destroy the world were killed on the ground. After falling to the ground, they couldn't be resurrected. Obviously, they were completely killed by the 5-color divine light. But there were too many of them. Soon, they rushed in front of them. For Qi Yanran, this scene was also an extremely difficult choice. It was obvious that Li Zongjio had been trapped by the other party. If she continued to move forward, she would definitely be able to find Li Zongjio. But those people outside the forest would also suffer. Many of the level 10 monsters had completely overtaken Qi Yanran. Their target was not Qi Yanran, but the outside world they rushed out and wantonly destroyed. That was their true goal. Many monsters also rushed toward Qi Yanran, but the monsters near Qi Yanran were also smashed by the desolate heaven essence. But in the process, they had to protect the old people around them. Because of this, they slowed down Qi Yanran. Damn it! Qi Yanran's eyes were filled with anger. Suddenly, a wave of air burst out, killing all the level 10 monsters within 100 meters. These level 10 monsters were basically at the Supreme Master level. There were mid-stage Supreme Master and late-stage Supreme Master. There were even existences equivalent to the Supreme Master level. But these monsters were also killed by Qi Yanran. After releasing this move, Qi Yanran directly took the old commander with her. Her figure directly rose into the air and rushed out of the evil forest. He placed the old commander in a small town by the border. It wasn't until the old leader of the Fierce Wind Mercenary Corps steadied himself that he was deeply shocked. Even the shock he felt just now was still lingering in his mind for a long time. It had never died out. When he reappeared, the old commander instantly woke up. His entire body quivered. What kind of scene had he just witnessed with his own eyes? Although he didn't have the chance to make a move. Even if he did, it wouldn't hurt at all. However, just looking at it with his own eyes was enough to make his blood boil. In front of Qi Yanran, those level 10 monsters were like dough that could be kneaded. He easily smashed these powerful level 10 monsters into smithereens. When I got back to the town, looking at the evil forest in the distance, it was as if there was a dark cloud that was forcefully covering over, as if it was going to devour everything. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The Black Nether Army that was stationed in the small town discovered this situation. Without any hesitation, they began to organize themselves. Furthermore, they had also set up a defensive line. They were soldiers. Although this small town was poor and remote, it was still their country. As long as they were within the boundaries of this country, as soldiers, they had an absolute obligation to protect. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to this set of armor. Quickly set up a defensive line. The rest of you, assist the people in evacuating. Just by looking at the surging power on the other side, one could tell that it was definitely not simple. From afar, they could also sense the suffocating aura. Any human being would be terrified to the extreme. By the time they could see clearly, they realized that these monsters were also unprecedentedly powerful. Their auras shocked them. Everyone also felt that it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Immediately, everyone began to flee frantically. They wanted to completely escape from this place. However, the Black Nether Army was under such a strong threat of death. They continued to stand guard. However, in everyone's mind there was only one thought. That was the end. They had never expected such a ferocious force to attack. It was as if it could destroy heaven and earth. It was hard to believe, and they even felt despair. Black Nether Army, listen up. Behind us is our home. In front of us are man-eating monsters. If we retreat, these monsters will destroy our home and eat our family. What should we do? The leader of the Black Nether Army roared. His aura was boiling. His blood was boiling. Kill! The 2,000 Black Nether Army roared in unison. Their momentum was vast, like a sharp sword, almost directly unfolding the aura of the people in front of them. However, the other party's aura was vast. Although the Black Nether Army had tried their best, it was difficult for them to contend against it. In the face of absolute power, it was not useful to muster up courage. Some ordinary soldiers and civilians were also infected. Under such power, no one would be able to escape. Let's kill! The leader of the Black Nether Army roared. Old Commander Lai Feng also looked at the Black Nether Army in front of him, ready to die. He saw that those monsters were already less than 1,000 meters away. He looked at Qi Yanran beside him. He did not know when she had disappeared. As for Qi Yanran, the monsters were less than 300 meters away. The Black Nether Army also kept clenching the weapons in their hands. Get ready! The leader of the Black Nether Army roared. Less than 100 meters. They could already feel that the other party's aura was close at hand. Tens of thousands of them. Level 10 monsters. They all came to kill. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Whoosh! Just as they were about to collide, suddenly there was a divine light. It fell from the sky. When this light fell, everyone also felt that this light was like the sun, dazzling and crazy. Boom! The 5-colored divine light fell in the center of these two monsters. Then, like a lotus, it instantly bloomed in all directions. Boom! A powerful force swept out. This seemingly boiling power instantly pierced through the two monsters. When the power of light swept past their bodies, they were incinerated. Qi Yanran's move. Kill 100,000 Supremes. And just after Qi Yanran used this move, from the evil forest, there seemed to be a force that suddenly attacked. Qi Yanran's move almost exhausted her origin energy, but she did not expect. The other party actually attacked again, the person behind the scenes. Although they were separated by dozens of miles, Qi Yanran still saw a figure appear there. It's you! The other party's power was almost about to capture Qi Yanran. But at this moment, a green light surged from Qi Yanran's body. It instantly exploded, turned into a sharp sword, and suddenly slashed forward. Chapter 1563. Such a heroic scene caused the Black Nether Army to look at it with complete respect. The battle situation in front of them was simply shocking. What's going on? It's so spectacular. Originally, the Black Nether Army was ready to fight to the death. However, the sudden appearance of this person saved them. If this figure had not appeared in time, they would have been reduced to a pile of ruins, a pile of ashes. It's Lord Qi Yanran, Lord Qi. The old commander quickly stood up and said. He was very clear about the situation in front of him. Only Qi Yanran had such strength. It was really shocking. Originally, Qi Yanran could have walked into the depths of the forest and found the mysterious tomb. However, she resolutely retreated in order to protect the people. Now, Qi Yanran seemed to have met an extremely difficult opponent. Under Qi Yanran's strong attack, the opponent seemed to be unharmed. He even directly mobilized the momentum of the entire evil forest to fight against Qi Yanran. Everyone in the small town also widened their eyes and stared at the unprecedented battle in front of them. The intensity of the battle was also beyond their imagination. Between heaven and earth, the layers of space itself also became blurry. He could even see the space in front of him forming waves after waves. It was a sign that spatial ripples were about to form. Once the space ripples were formed, the town would be turned into ashes in an instant. It would disappear completely. Wherever the space was, it would be directly crushed by the power of space. It was not something that could be resisted by human strength. The town was also very dangerous. Even with Qi Yanran's help, the opponent's power fluctuation was strange. It was difficult for Qi Yanran to succeed. Boom! A strong black power suddenly burst out from the evil forest. It sent Qi Yanran's green bird sword flying. The green bird sword suddenly turned into a lotus platform and directly appeared under Qi Yanran's feet, although the opponent looked like Wan Yulan. But Qi Yanran also knew that it was impossible for Wan Yulan to have such powerful strength. Something must have happened, which was why such a situation had occurred. However, since the other party had taken control of Wan Yulan, it meant that Li Zongjie was also in danger now. Otherwise, Li Zongjie wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Although the other party's moves were strange, Qi Yanran could barely cope with it. However, Qi Yanran herself could not guarantee what kind of moves the other party was hiding. Looking at the city behind him, it was already on the verge of collapse. Qi Yanran also could not let these people die because of the aftermath of this battle. Boom! Qi Yanran suddenly leaped and turned into thousands of clones. His own will had descended. Suddenly, a giant peacock appeared. When the peacock appeared, its body was surrounded by a ray of light. This ray of light was radiant with 5 different colors. When the peacock appeared, immediately, a surge of energy was released. Such a commotion. It almost shattered the space in front of him. This power, which could almost shatter the space, rushed directly toward Wan Yulan in the evil forest. You can imitate the 5-colored divine light of the peacock ancestor so well. It's a pity that the power of this primordial spirit is slightly weaker. Otherwise, I would have been hurt by you. Su Yuran spoke, although the voice was still a familiar one. However, from the tone of this voice, it sounded like a complete stranger. It could even be said that she did not know this person at all. Possession and rebirth. A trace of surprise flashed in Qi Yanran's eyes. When thinking of this, Qi Yanran's heart was also quite shocked. This was only heard of in legends, and it also came from her own inherited memory. That was the green bird platform in her hand. She did not expect that such a thing would actually happen in front of her. Was it possible to possess someone and be reborn? At least this was at the level of innate level 9. In other words, the person in front of her was actually at innate level 9. This also made Qi Yanran extremely shocked. She did not expect to meet such a strong person. You're not bad to know about possession and rebirth, but it's a pity that your primordial spirit is a great supplement for me. Immediately, Wan Yulan's eyes suddenly became abnormally fierce. At the same time, Qi Yanran felt that there were actually 4 tombstones around her, which were rapidly colliding with her body. If she was trapped in it, it would be difficult for her to escape. Therefore, Qi Yanran herself quickly escaped from it. Earth incantation. Poison. What Wan Yulan used was an extremely profound way of setting up a formation. It directly exploded beside Qi Yanran. The moment it appeared, Qi Yanran also felt a strong dizziness. This dizziness was not a kind of poison to her body. It came from her own will. The opponent's move could actually affect the power of her will. Not good. She felt that the opponent's formation was getting stronger and stronger, and she could not get rid of this formation. She could not get rid of this power. If the stalemate continued, it would definitely cause irreparable damage to Qi Yanran's body. Even her own life would be completely left here. Whoosh! Just when Qi Yanran was unable to get away, suddenly a stick fell from the sky. When the stick spun and leaped over, it attracted Wan Yulan's attention. The stick also instantly enlarged and directly smashed toward Wan Yulan. Under this threat, Wan Yulan could not help but raise one hand in front of her to block the stick. Only then did she block the stick. Boom! This power actually forced Wan Yulan to retreat. What? Wan Yulan was also very surprised. Originally, she wanted to use this powerful force to directly take down the person who came, but considering the limit of her body, she could not continue. In the end, she held back. Go! A voice sounded in Qi Yanran's ears. It sounded a little familiar, but now was not the time to recognize the person. The situation was urgent, and there was no room for any delay. Immediately, Qi Yanran directly turned the blue bird platform into a pair of wings and appeared behind her. At the same time, she directly took her body and quickly escaped from this spell. Boom! Immediately, Qi Yanran also quickly disappeared into the sky. Wan Yulan did not chase after her. Instead, she glanced at the place where she had blocked the stick. The stick was actually in her hand. It left a mark. Great Void Spell. Chapter 1564. Wan Yulan watched Qi Yanran leave. Qi Yanran ran away and wanted to chase after her. After all, Qi Yanran's divine sense was a great supplement for her. Wan Yulan's body could not hold on for many days, and then she would return to her original form. Therefore, the best way was to improve her strength and restore more power. After that, she would seize Li Zongjiu's body. Then she would be able to achieve a complete resurrection. However, the other party escaped. She almost succeeded. The strength of the person who attacked was not weak. If she forced herself to leave the evil forest and fight against two people, she would be in a disadvantageous position. I'll let you live for a few more days. When my formation is completed, I will naturally be able to refine this boy. Wan Yulan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Killing these ordinary people, for the soul in Wan Yulan's body, there wasn't the slightest bit of benefit, nor was there the slightest bit of use. In the beginning, she only wanted to attract some experts and attract them over. Now, she finally met experts of this level and realm. Therefore, she only needed to take one or two suitable ones. Qi Yanran was also suitable. Li Zongjiu's body was naturally better. Li Zongjiu was trapped in his own will seal at the moment. He had not given up. If he wanted to get out, he had to break through his own will. However, the best way was to break through his own realm. Although the evil dragon's eye was effective, it was only used for daily training and did not have other effective effects. At the critical moment, it was obviously a little difficult to rely on it to break through. Therefore, Li Zongjiu took out the chaos bell. There are a total of 3 strands of chaotic power in this chaos bell. I only absorbed 1 strand at the beginning. Now is the time. The chaotic power that he absorbed at the beginning completely changed Li Zongjiu's physique. In other words, it directly activated Li Zongjiu's body. This allowed Li Zongjiu's body to possess even greater power. Now, it was time for him to absorb the remaining chaotic energy. At that time, he would refine it together with the chaos bell. It could be considered a perfect refinement of the chaos bell. In this way, the power of the chaos bell could be fully displayed without reservation. Although Li Zongjiu's realm and inheritance might be somewhat insufficient, it could be seen that the chaos bell in his hand and the blue bird platform were treasures of the same level. treasures of such a level. Of course, Li Zongjio had to go through a better refinement before he could grasp the power within. Li Zongjio's mind. Enter the world, Chaos Bell's world. Currently, there were still many dragons in the primordial bell. These were all captured by Li Zongjio last time. Li Zongjio's figure hovered above the primordial bell. Boundless primal chaos energy came from all around. It crazily poured into Li Zongjio's body. These were the remaining 2 chaotic power. They were all summoned by Li Zongjio and absorbed directly. Endless Sea Region. Huo Wushuang was flying above the Endless Sea Region on the unparalleled sword. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he could cross hundreds of miles. However, the Black Sea region did not appear. Either he was going in the wrong direction. Otherwise, ordinary people would not be able to find it in this Black Sea. Why can't I find it? In Huo Wushuang's eyes, all he could see was a boundless ocean. No matter how he looked, he couldn't find the right direction. Is it because I'm just a spiritual body? Some places were set up with restrictions. If you don't have someone to guide you, then it's absolutely impossible to enter, unless you're strong enough to break the restriction. Then you can try to rush in. But obviously, Huo Wushuang did not have that kind of strength. Huo Wushuang had no choice. To think that it was actually a head that plunged into the deep sea with the unparalleled sword. Boom! The unparalleled sword rushed in and looked for a way. Then Huo Wushuang integrated his power into the sea. He wanted to use this method to summon the Black Sea Overlord. Above the sea, one could see that the crimson flame was spreading continuously. The chances of that happening were extremely slim. In fact, it was even possible for him to exhaust all of his strength. But Huo Wushuang had no other way. He could only release his power and use this method to attract the Black Sea Overlord's attention. Huo Wushuang's power spread crazily above the Endless Sea region for 7 days. The area covered by the sea was more than 1,000,000 miles. But the power of the unparalleled sword was limited, especially now that he had left Li Zongjio. At the same time he was in such a place and in the deep sea. 7 days was the limit for the unparalleled sword. But during this process, there was no response at all. 7 or 8 days later, on the unparalleled sword, gradually, the power of frost began to condense. It was freezing the unparalleled sword. The bottom of the sea was an extremely cold place. Huo Wushuang stood on the surface of the sea and used his last bit of strength to look in the direction of Li Zongjio. He didn't say anything. The last bit of power disappeared. Then, Huo Wushuang's figure gradually faded. In the end, he disappeared. The last ray of light on the unparalleled sword disappeared. The ice power covered it. It was forever sealed at the bottom of the sea that swallowed everything. There wasn't even the slightest bit of light. After the unparalleled sword was frozen, suddenly, there seemed to be a huge wave on the calm surface of the sea. The waves on the surface of the sea were already extremely turbulent, and under the surface of the sea, there were even more raging waves. It was as if there was a sea that appeared out of thin air. A figure appeared beside the unparalleled sword. The person's long hair was as black as ink. It fluttered behind him like a huge wave. The person glanced at the unparalleled sword. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes. After a long while, he sighed slowly. It's a sword that values emotions. However, there's nothing I can do to help. The Black Sea Lord sighed faintly. There were rules in the world. However, although the Black Sea Lord couldn't attack directly, it wasn't a big deal for him to help in the dark. The Black Sea Lord extended his hand and gently plucked the sea. This heart of the extremely cold Jade Sea is enough for you to become a half-immortal artifact. It's your own fortune. The Black Sea Lord flicked his finger, and the black stone in his hand shot into the unparalleled sword. Immediately, the ice on the surface of the unparalleled sword gradually shattered. At the same time, the heart of the Jade Sea was gradually fusing with the unparalleled sword. In the end, It fused perfectly with the unparalleled sword. When the heart of the jade sea fused with the unparalleled sword, from the unparalleled sword, there seemed to be a burst of extremely strong energy. Buzz! A ripple spread out. Huo Wuxuang. He actually woke up from the deep sea when he felt the power on his body. Huo Wuxuang's fiery red hair turned icy blue again. Chapter 1565. Huo Wuxuang woke up in the deep sea. She didn't know how long she had been unconscious. However, he could also feel that his strength had become many times stronger. She knew that it must be that expert who had helped her. Her strength and cultivation base had been raised. That was to say, the quality of Wuxuang's sword had improved, although she didn't know why the other party didn't want to see her. However, the strong all had their own reasons. Maybe he was restricted by some anger or other reasons, so he couldn't help her. He could only help her in such a way. Thank you, Senior, for helping me. Huo Wuxuang could feel that his Li Lang had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He bowed towards the depths of the ocean from afar. She wanted to express her gratitude. Since the senior didn't want to see her, it was probably because the time wasn't right. When the time was right, they would meet. Huo Wuxuang naturally knew what the Black Sea Lord and Li Zongjiu had said. Seems like I have to find Qi Yanran. Huo Wuxuang thought to herself. Although her strength had made a breakthrough, she was still much weaker than Li Zongjiu, not to mention the mysterious enemy who had controlled Li Zongjiu. Since she couldn't invite the Black Sea Lord, she could only find Qi Yanran. She wanted to see if Qi Yanran had any ideas. Whoosh! Immediately, Huo Wuxuang quickly flew out from the deep sea. She soared into the sky. Boom! The power of ice and fire, it's a perfect fusion. My grade has been completely improved. But Huo Wuxuang's strength. Now they were all rising steadily. She was close to the 5th grade of the Absolute Saint Realm. One should know that the Termite Demon Queen was only a 7th grade of the Absolute Saint Realm, in addition to the power of the Heavenly Book in her hand. Moreover, Huo Wuxuang herself was only a sword. She herself was just a sword spirit. It was quite terrifying to be able to cultivate to such a level. Her strength was much stronger than that. Huo Wuxuang didn't waste any time. She quickly headed toward the sacred flame royal city. Qi Yanran, even Huo Wuxuang herself, didn't know where she was. He could only look for Xiao Zhao in the mansion and ask her to help him contact Li Yan. No matter what, Li Yan was still Huo Wuxuang's disciple. This was not something that could be easily changed. Even Li Yan's current status was bestowed upon her by Huo Wuxuang. If he wanted to find them to do something, it would naturally be very easy and very normal. Boom! The unparalleled sword cut through the sky. They headed towards the sacred flame royal city. At this moment, Qi Yanran was not in the sacred flame royal city. Instead, it appeared at the bottom of a waterfall. The person who helped Qi Yanran that day was Wang Jing. This was the fatty that Li Zongjiu had met. To be honest, Qi Yanran was also very confused at first. Why would Li Zongjiu and Wang Jing become friends? Even Wang Jing himself was confused and didn't understand the situation. However, their personalities were also quite good. Everyone was able to get along well. Therefore, they naturally became friends. Qi Yanran didn't know what Wang Jing was capable of. However, since she heard that Wang Jing had been to the Ape Clan continent, she understood. In fact, Wang Jing's strength was far above hers. Therefore, she couldn't sense Wang Jing's real situation. And Wang Jing himself was definitely not a simple person. It's safe here. That guy will definitely not find this place. Wang Jing looked around. After making sure that it was safe, he finally sat down on the ground. He was also thinking about what had happened before. He felt quite shocked, because such a terrifying guy was not common. If it wasn't for the powerful weapon in his hand, he might not have been able to escape. Where is this? Qi Yanran glanced at the waterfall. The roar of the waterfall was deafening. At the same time, after Qi Yanran's observation, she also found that the situation here had changed. You can see that this is a place where space overlaps. I was also very surprised to find this place. The other continent that overlaps with the St. Martial continent is the Ape Clan continent. Wang Jing said, in theory, this place was already at the border of the two continents. Although this is the border, in fact, there seems to be a locked door on both sides. Only by opening it with a key can you go back and forth between the two continents. Wang Jing said, Qi Yanran didn't expect such a place to exist. It was really surprising. Ahem. Qi Yanran was seriously injured. After coughing a few times, she didn't hesitate anymore. Under the protection of the lotus flower transformed by the green bird platform, her injuries were being healed. The green bird platform was instinctively protecting its owner. It could be seen that this was a very powerful divine weapon. This thing is already close to a fairy weapon. It belongs to the top among the supreme spiritual weapons. I wonder what material it is made of. Wang Jing? He circled the object twice and studied it, but he couldn't find anything different about it. Refining weapons was broad and profound. That guy from the Ape Clan has really broken the sky. Wang Jing was also having a headache about this. Something big had happened in the Ape Clan continent. It was the War of the Ape Clan. The legendary celestial chaotic world demonic monkey had created a huge hole in the heavenly realm during the Great Battle. This was equivalent to breaking a hole in the ceiling of your house, although the power of the Way of the Heavens had quickly repaired this big hole. However, no one knew exactly how many people were involved in that process. Many experts from the heavenly realm had fled to other realms. Of course, Wang Jing himself didn't know much about the existence of this boundary. He only knew some basic knowledge. In terms of cultivation, he was far from being as powerful as Li Zongjiu. Just now, he had sneak attacked Wen Yulan because of his special weapon, which was protected by the Great Void spell. Therefore, he was able to temporarily deter the other party. If they really wanted to fight, Wang Jing was no match for the latter. Therefore, even when Qi Yanran was here, he could only take her away directly. He didn't dare to continue to be entangled with the other party. Otherwise, if he continued to dig, Wang Jing's life would also be lost. What about other places? I'm not sure. Anyway, one came from the Holy Martial continent. I guess there's more than one. This is just a little bit ostentatious. Without a doubt, the expert who came from the sky with the tombstone was from the heavenly realm. The reason why he could come to this place was that the great heaven, chaotic, demonic monkey had broken the heavenly realm. Chapter 1566. The Heavenly Realm. It was a higher level of space than the Nine Realms continent. Those who could go to this world were from the Nine Realms, which was the continent represented by the Nine Lineages arcane book, the place where the top experts could go together. Those who came to this place were extremely strong. But what about the Heavenly Realm? Wang Jing didn't know what the situation was. Wang Jing had returned to the Ape Clan continent. He found that the Ape Clan was indeed in the middle of a war. Some time ago, they had just fought a battle. But now, Wang Jing himself had also safely retreated from it. Wang Jing was going to come back to ask for help. After all, the other party was too strong. He couldn't beat them. When he came back, he found that Li Zongjiu had disappeared. He knew that Qi Yanran was on her way. So, Wang Jing came to the evil forest. In the evil forest, he happened to encounter Qi Yanran's dangerous situation. That was why he decided to lend a helping hand. It was rare for him to reveal his strength. However, at this point, there was nothing to be concerned about. Now, such a situation had happened. All the continents were in a precarious situation. He would definitely make a move in a situation where he had no other choice. Qi Yanran was healing in the green bird platform. Wang Jing didn't dare to leave. However, this azure bird Dao platform was clearly something very powerful. Even if there were really enemies coming, it was estimated that they would be able to resist them and protect Qi Yanran. Look at it, it's so smart. Wang Jing said to the stick in his hand. This stick was called the Universal Wishful Stick. Wang Jing himself didn't know who made it, but when he accidentally came to the ape continent, this rod seemed to have been following him all the time. And the key to connecting the two worlds was the Universal Wishful Stick in his hand. The Universal Wishful Stick in his hand was very powerful. It could easily travel between the two continents. But this was a secret that Wang Jing had kept very well. He didn't tell anyone. While Wang Jing was waiting for Qi Yanran to recover, the unparalleled sword was also looking for the two people. Hu Wushuang arrived at the White Deer Mansion and mobilized all the resources in the White Deer Mansion. In this way, they could quickly gather information about Li Zongjiu. However, no matter how resourceful the White Deer Mansion was, it was still an intelligence organization formed by ordinary people. If one wanted to find innate experts like Wang Jing and Qi Yanran, who could appear tens of thousands of miles away in an instant, it was impossible to catch up with them. They could only search the official website from afar. It was impossible to track them down. There's no news. They all disappeared into thin air. When Xiao Zhao presented the information he had gathered to Hu Shuang, he couldn't believe it either. However, this was not the first time they had seen such a situation. But these experts all disappeared at the same time, so there must be a problem. Therefore, Xiao Zhao was very clear in his heart. The whereabouts of these experts were almost erratic. It was just that this was too much of a coincidence. Nothing. Hu Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. However, if we can't find them in the range of the 3 dynasties, then we definitely can't find them in ordinary places. Maybe we can try these places. Xiao Zhao said, since there were no traces of these people in the places covered by the spies, then in these places they had not set foot in, they might be able to find them. On the Shanggu continent, there were many strange places that humans had not set foot in. Although the continent was only so big, there were always some hidden corners. It's just like the house you live in. Although you come and go every day, and the area is only so big, there will always be some corners that you can't observe normally. These corners, Xiao Zhao called them forgotten places. Now, there were at least 7 forgotten places on this continent. They were all places that humans had never set foot in. There were very few records about these places, and some even didn't exist. They were different from the forbidden places in the untainted land. The reason why the forbidden places were called forbidden places was that people had gone there and set foot in them, or had seen the dangers with their own eyes. Therefore, they were called forbidden places. This was to warn the future generations not to set foot in such places easily. These places were very dangerous. The forgotten places were really places that no one had gone and no one had discovered. Xiao Zhao marked the specific locations of the forgotten places. However, these 7 places were very far away from each other and were difficult to find. Just as Xiao Zhao was about to say something, Hu Wushuang had already put away the map in front of him. Then he quickly flew toward the sky. Boom! Obviously, Hu Wushuang didn't want to waste any more time. Since there were only 7 places, then he would start searching from these 7 places one by one. Men! Xiao Zhao shouted. Now more and more extraordinary things were happening on this continent. It seemed that there were strong enemies gradually appearing in the dark. Director, let the Research Institute start the Ultimate Weapon Project. Xiao Zhao said, the Ultimate Weapon Project. At any time, if you wanted to become richer and stronger, you had to be strong first. You had to be strong. In fact, Xiao Zhao had drawn up this Ultimate Weapon Project a long time ago. However, he didn't implement it, because this project was too advanced. At the same time, it would consume a lot of money. At that time, there was a strong guardian like Li Zongjiu, so the White Deer Mansion naturally didn't have to go to this step. However, it suddenly appeared now. These top experts had all gone missing. It was obvious that even they were in danger. Therefore, Xiao Zhao had to bring forward the plan. No matter when, it was never wrong to make some preparations in advance. Only in this way could he ensure his own safety and property. In Xiao Zhao's opinion, it wasn't too late. Now, the White Deer Mansion had enough financial resources to recruit the truly talented and intelligent people in the world and directly integrate them into the Research Institute, using this method to ensure that the best weapons came from the White Deer Mansion. If it wasn't because of the 7-star fire room, if it was Song Jiu behind it, then Xiao Zhao would have already bought the 7-star fire room. He directly bought it. However, just now, all the forging masters of the major weapon workshops had been summoned by the White Deer Mansion. Chapter 1567. The launch of the ultimate weapon project. It would also greatly promote the weapon industry of the entire continent. It was no longer traditional cold weapons. Instead, it was a variety of origin energy weapons. Although they already had origin energy weapons before the launch of the project, they were only using the power of primordial stones in a very superficial way at that time. Xiao Zhao directly instructed that a storm would be stirred up in the area she was in charge of. This research institute, which was known as the Ultimate Weapon Project. Almost all kinds of geniuses had gathered here. Before they were discovered by Xiao Zhao, even their companions and relatives thought that they were crazy, possessed, or stupid saboteurs. In the eyes of others, such people were simply a threat. However, Xiao Zhao gathered all these people here. He directly carried out the best kind of training and specially prepared a place for them to experiment. He also provided them with a large amount of funds. This allowed them to repeatedly create and research. Now, they were finally going to integrate these resources that had been opened long ago into a real sharp knife. It possessed such absolute majesty and power. Even Nangong Wuji and the others could not enter this research institute. This was because the ideas they received were too traditional, and it was difficult for them to truly jump out of it. Xiao Zhao did not know whether this plan would succeed or not. However, the current situation did not allow Xiao Zhao to continue waiting. In the evil forest, Li Zongjio was still trapped in the wall formed by his own will. At this moment, Li Zongjio had also left the Chaos Bell. However, the chaotic power was already in Li Zongjio's body. For Li Zongjio, refining these two kinds of chaotic power at the same time was a very risky act because it was very likely that the chaotic power would exceed the limit that his body could bear. At that time, it would directly cause a loud boom. It would be blown to pieces by the chaotic power. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. Instead, it quickly stabilized the destructive power of the chaotic power in his body. Li Zongjio's physique was very strong. Previously, he had experience dealing with the chaotic energy. Hence, he was able to absorb it like a fish in water this time. It was easy and simple. Boom! At this moment, Li Zongjio's body was like an exploding supreme-grade primordial stone, and it was still exploding continuously. However, Li Zongjio had to withstand this power. Otherwise, if he did not control the power, his entire body would have been shattered by the chaotic force. The process was extremely painful. Within the evil dragon eye, Li Zongjio's mental strength was being continuously shredded. But now Li Zongjio was also enduring the feeling of his body and mind being torn apart at the same time. Furthermore, they couldn't be revived here. If Li Zongjio died, then the wall of willpower around him would naturally disappear. Li Zongjio had not reached the state where his willpower could remain after he died. Hence, he needed more power to concentrate on his body to break through. Hold on! Li Zongjio roared. Even the heretical gods, I was forced out. This was a natural skill of Li Zongjio. However, it was difficult for him to calm down at this moment. Hence, he could only release it continuously. This allowed Li Zongjio to continue maintaining his powerful combat strength under such circumstances. Hence, he was able to persevere. Wan Yulan, who was still cultivating in the mysterious tomb. She seemed to have sensed the change in Li Zongjio's direction. However, that was it. After taking a look, he sneered disdainfully. I'll let you do whatever you want. You're just an ant. Do you think you can overturn the sky in my hands?" The latter was extremely disdainful. However, she was also in a hurry. At least, she had to ensure that before Wan Yolan's body completely collapsed, she had to restore some of her strength. All parties seemed to be working hard. They all had their own things to do. It seemed that an earth-shattering battle was brewing. Huo Wuxuang had already explored 5 places in a row. However, they were all empty. Although it took a lot of time, in Huo Wuxuang's opinion, there didn't seem to be too many problems. Hence, during this process, Huo Wuxuang's strength was rapidly increasing. Huo Wuxuang didn't know what the mysterious expert had given her. It was actually able to allow his strength to increase so quickly. It was as if she had broken her own limit. There was no trace of Qi Yanran in any of the forgotten places. Huo Wuxuang's figure stood in the air. Through the mutual sensing with Li Zongjio from afar, Huo Wuxuang could also feel that Li Zongjio seemed to be getting stronger. This meant that Li Zongjio's body was fine, and he could even obtain a greater opportunity to improve his own strength. Huo Wuxuang and Li Zongjio had already signed a contract. Li Zongjio had directly refined the Wuxuang sword. Therefore, he could maintain the energy of the Wuxuang sword and improve its cultivation. Therefore, Huo Wuxuang could accurately sense the situation of Li Zongjio. "Since I can't find him, I'll try again." Although Huo Wuxuang had already transformed into a spiritual sword, however, their intellect was still there. This time, she had to hide her aura and strength. Since Li Zongjio was fine and his strength was gradually increasing, this was a good thing for Huo Wuxuang. At the very least, she had to sense an opportunity, which was when Li Zongjio needed a powerful weapon. Then, she could appear by Li Zongjio's side in time. Boom! Huo Wuxuang flew towards the forest of evil. The existence of the Abyss race was still waiting for an opportunity to attack the threat of invading the continent. However, the current strength of the continent had become quite strong. There were also many experts who appeared one after another. An expert of the younger generation, like Xia Shui, was already very strong. At the very least, she could hold her own in various major battles. She could use this method to kill the enemy. Therefore, when Xia Shui finished her apprenticeship, she led the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy to establish a battlefield to resist the Abyss race. On such a battlefield, Xia Shui fully displayed her strength and beheaded her opponent. Coastline, on a beach not far from Binhai City. This was because this place was vast and all the sand could be used by the Abyss race. Therefore, the Abyss race had also come to this place. They used this place to conduct a large-scale landing. It seemed that during this period of time, the Abyss race had sensed the chaos of the continent, so they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to do something. Therefore, they launched an attack. Xia Shui led many experts and engaged in a fierce battle with the Abyss race on this coastline. This day was the day when the Abyss race launched their attack. On the vast sea, there were ferocious Abyss race monsters baring their teeth in front of them. While the two sides were fighting, Xia Shui suddenly raised her head. She saw a fireball appear in the sky. This fireball looked very small. However, it was extremely fast. With a boom, it fell directly into the sea. Suddenly, a huge wave with a radius of 10,000 miles surged. All the Abyss race in front of her were burned to ashes. Chapter 1568. The fireball that suddenly fell from the sky shocked everyone who was fighting on the coastline. Even the powerful Abyssal clan in front of them were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Who else in the world could have such powerful strength? There was only the evil dominator, evil lord. Xia Shui's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. If there was someone who could help them kill the Abyssal race at this time, and at the same time had such great strength, then it had to be the evil dominator. But in the next moment, another terrifying wave of air came from the surface of the sea. The wave of fire swept over. It was as if hundreds of fire meta beasts were rushing over. Some of the human clan experts on the shore were also caught. After being caught, they were completely melted by the flames. All those who were caught were directly refined into a pile of ashes, and all the power poured into the latter's body. It was sent to a fireball on the sea. Immediately, Xia Shui saw her companions being killed by the power of the fireball. She hurriedly yelled, "Retreat! A powerful enemy has appeared. Retreat quickly!" It was as if there were countless arms extending out of the fireball. They grabbed at the people on the shore. Some of the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy were also taken away. The opponent was quite powerful. Xia Shui used her sword energy to cut off the flaming arms, but she found that even her sword energy could not do it. The opponent's flaming arms kept spinning above the sea. The strong flaming arms evaporated the surrounding seawater in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the opponent burned thousands of people on the shore and turned them into the latter's power. Then the power rushed toward her. The blazing power made Xia Shui and the others feel despair. This kind of power was almost suffocating. It was difficult to fight against it. They could only watch from afar, staring at the power of the opponent and waiting for death to come. Boom! Even the sky seemed to have been burned into a piece of red iron. At this moment, the beach along the coastline had been directly refined into a desert. Xia Shui led several junior brothers and sisters to evacuate with difficulty. Finally, the opponent's flaming hand rushed towards Xia Shui. Xia Shui quickly pushed her companions away. He was left alone to face the flaming hand that had suddenly appeared. Boom! Instantly, the opponent's flaming hand was blocked. It fell on Xia Shui's body. Immediately, a violent force surged in Xia Shui's body. At this moment, Xia Shui felt as if she had been sucked into a huge fireball. Senior Xia Shui! Senior Xia Shui! Just as Xia Shui was about to burn the other party clean and end up like the rest of the people, suddenly, a ray of light gushed out from Xia Shui's body. This power was extremely strong. In an instant, the flames were extinguished. Xia Shui also escaped safely. With a bang, he fell onto the beach. Xia Shui had also sensed this power just now, and it was particularly familiar. She immediately understood in her heart that this was the power of Senior Evil Lord. Before Li Zongjiu left, he had already placed a protective talisman on Xia Shui's body long ago in order to save her life at this critical moment. Obviously, the effect this time was very significant. He directly broke out the power of the innate realm and forced the opponent to retreat. The person hiding in the fireball in front of her was obviously very surprised. However, what made the latter more surprised was that a force was rapidly approaching, so he became vigilant. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in this small underworld. On the coast, Xia Shui landed and instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the power just now was suffocating, and she had no power to resist at all. She was not at the same level as the opponent at all. If it wasn't for the protective power that Evil Lord had left on her body, she would have died. Xia Shui probably would have died just now. This made Xia Shui tremble with fear. At least now, she could be considered to have escaped with her life. Senior Xia Shui, are you okay? The junior brothers and sisters rushed over. Protect Senior Xia and retreat. Look, what's that? Everyone raised their heads and looked in front of them. Even some of the people who were running for their lives were staring with their eyes wide open. At this moment, above the sea, because of the fireball, a lot of the seawater had been burned dry. This kind of burning speed was not that simple. It was a speed that was visible to the naked eye. It was precisely because the power was too strong that the expert hidden in the dark appeared. The originally blue seawater directly turned black at this moment. When the black seawater turned black, it was as if a pitch-black force was rapidly attacking. It rushed above the fireball. Was it not afraid of the power of the latter's flames? It completely covered the fireball. Everyone had seen the power of the fireball just now. When it fell, it had already set off a huge wave, killing all the abyssal monsters. This kind of strength was not ordinary. Black Sea water? Not many people knew about the legend of the Black Sea. Even if they knew, they only thought that it was just a legend. However, they did not expect that such Black Sea water would really appear. Moreover, this Black Sea water seemed to be full of vitality. It quickly attacked and completely extinguished the other party's flames. The two sides seemed to be fighting. The person in the fireball wanted to escape. However, he was firmly restrained by the power of the Black Sea. It was difficult to escape. There was nowhere to hide. Even if he tried his best to escape, there was still nothing he could do. He was firmly restrained. He could not escape. The other party's flames, even if they were so far away, they could still feel the terrifying power. Even the surrounding seawater, except for the Black Sea water, all the other seawater had evaporated. It formed a strange situation of Black Sea water pillars. The seawater in the distance was also rushing over quickly. It directly poured into these evaporated places. Boom! From the Black Sea, a powerful force suddenly erupted and directly dragged the fireball into the sea water. It set off a huge wave. Under the Black Sea, the Black Sea overlord met the person in the fireball. To be able to enter the celestial realm, you are considered not bad in the lower realm. Unfortunately, your cultivation is far from enough to kill me. A red-haired, middle-aged man walked out of the fireball. Even in the Black Sea, there was a layer of flames around him to protect him. It resisted the invasion of the power of the Black Sea. Chapter 1569. Black Sea Overlord didn't waste his breath. Speaking of which, he was quite unlucky. He had just given away the heart of the Blue Sea to someone else 2 days ago. Otherwise, with the heart of the Blue Sea in his hand, it wouldn't be the turn of this person. The visitor from outer space was arrogant. There was no place for him to be arrogant. However, he had to subdue the latter now. A handprint condensed. Sea overturning spell. A wave of power was released from Black Sea Overlord's handprint. It was as if countless flying fishes were attacking with the water of the Black Sea. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the flaming man in front of him. Boom! 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 The power of the curse technique kept bombarding the flaming man's body. It was as if the latter's body was going to be penetrated. The continuous attacks had greatly damaged the flaming man's vitality. However, under the attack of Black Sea Overlord's spell, he couldn't be idle. Fire Dragon's spell! However, the flaming man was obviously not to be trifled with. Similarly, the power of the spell was released. The majesty of this fire dragon was completely different from the one on Dragon Island. It was the majesty of a true divine dragon. However, it was precisely because of his serious injuries that the power of the fire dragon's spell was greatly weakened. Boom! The power of the fire dragon devoured the surrounding seawater. At this moment, the scene of the battle on the shore had caused the seawater to turn upside down crazily. Rumble! Immediately, one could see that the entire sea surface and the sky had turned pitch black. However, in this sea there were some terrifying red flames that were constantly being released. It was as if a volcano was erupting in the seawater. It was carrying out a destructive attack at the bottom of the sea. What's going on? The surrounding people were also quite shocked. The scene of the battle in the seawater had already affected the shore. At the same time, many cracks appeared on the shore. This was because of the impact of the other party's power. This caused many deep ravines and cracks to appear on the land. It kept erupting and seawater kept pouring in. Suddenly, the cracks that appeared from the impact had already spread to Binhai City. Not good. Evacuate the people in the city. The Binhai Navy's fleet was directly penetrated by the powerful impact. Countless soldiers fell into the water. If it weren't for the seawater's slight resistance, Binhai City might have long been destroyed by the other party's terrifying battle. The evacuation operation couldn't be delayed. In fact, During this period of time, unless it was necessary, ordinary personnel had already been transferred to a branch city 60 kilometers away from Binhai City. For the time being, this place was used as a temporary residence. He himself had been in a state of intense battle recently. A figure flew over from the sky. What happened? Long Ji flew over from afar. Long Ji was already a top expert, representing the White Deer Mansion. She had been participating in the fight against the Abyssal race. Now that the war had broken out, the Abyssal King that she had just fought had turned around and fled. This made Long Ji feel very surprised. When he looked again, he sensed a huge commotion in the direction of Binhai City. There are 2 experts fighting at the bottom of the sea. We don't know the other party's identity. Xia Shui said. It was naturally difficult to determine the other party's identity. Xia Shui had never seen this Black Sea Overlord before. Furthermore, there was also the person with the fireball that descended from the sky. Even if Li Zongjie was here, he would not be able to differentiate them. Long Ji looked into the depths of the sea. From time to time, surging light would erupt. Even Long Ji was shaken to the core. Furthermore, Long Ji didn't dare to rashly enter the water. At this moment, the power that erupted from the bottom of the sea was too terrifying. Long Ji couldn't withstand it. Therefore, she could only watch from the shore. When did so many experts appear? Even if the experts of Dragon Island were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to resist experts of such a realm. Long Ji's heart was also quite shocked. No wonder her ancestor had once said. He wanted the people of the Dragon Island to remain on the Dragon Island and not to leave the Dragon Island easily. If the evil dragon god had really angered the human experts back then, by now, most of the people on Dragon Island would have been killed by them. Even when Li Zongjie rushed to Dragon Island back then, he had started a massacre. No one in the dragon race could resist him. If Li Zongjie was willing, it wouldn't be difficult for him to kill all the dragon race. It was just that he didn't want to do it. Now, the 2 people fighting at the bottom of the sea had terrifying auras. A casual attack from the other party could destroy Dragon Island. With this power, everyone couldn't wait to avoid it. Should we evacuate everyone first? Long Ji took a look and came back to her senses. Unknowingly, after staying in the human world for so long, Long Ji seemed to have fallen in love with it even more. Therefore, during this operation, she wanted to protect the human race first. She got used to it. While the people of Binhai City were evacuating, they could already see Binhai City being struck by a huge force. Immediately, a city wall along the coast of Binhai City was destroyed into 2. When Zhang Hengliang saw this scene, he felt extremely aggrieved. My city, Zhang Hengliang cried. However, in the current situation, although the city was destroyed, fortunately, the people in the city weren't in trouble. It was more or less a consolation. At the very least, Zhang Hengliang could guarantee the safety of his people. Long Ji and Xia Shui stood in the air. The battle at the bottom of the sea became more and more intense. However, the power of the flames was getting weaker and weaker. The power of the Black Sea became more and more intense. Boom! Finally, in the deep sea, the flaming man wanted to escape. He rushed out of the sea. However, Black Sea Overlord had never thought of letting him go. Once such an expert left, he would definitely cause considerable damage. Furthermore, once the latter's cultivation level recovered, even Black Sea Overlord might not be able to subdue him. He attacked continuously. He even used the power of the Black Sea to reach out of the sea and grab the other party. However, this person was also very cunning. He actually used an avatar as bait. As for his main body, he fled in another direction. With a boom, he disappeared into the horizon. Although he had lost an avatar, he had at least preserved his life. Just you wait. When I recover and return, I'll definitely burn your Black Sea. The other party said ruthlessly and disappeared into the sky. Black Sea Overlord stood at the bottom of the sea and stared at the other party's departing figure. The other party had already left the range of the sea. Even she was helpless. In the end, she could only leave dejectedly. After the battle, one could see that the sea and land were in a mess. The battle between the two mysterious experts, it came and left quickly. Furthermore, no one would come out to explain anything to them. Chapter 1570. The Battle of Binhai City. It also displayed an extremely terrifying destructive power. Of course, this was also because most of the power had been absorbed by the Black Sea. The expert in the Black Sea was also trying to avoid these injuries and prevent the destructive power from spreading. If it weren't for this expert in the Black Sea, the entire Binhai City, or even the land within 50 kilometers of Binhai City, would have been completely destroyed. These mysterious experts had made a move. Long Ji was also caught off guard. At the very least, she found this situation very unbelievable. Xia Shui could be considered to have experienced a life-and-death battle. She had almost died. Fortunately, that expert had made a move. Is the world going to fall into chaos? Xia Shui had also heard a lot of things recently. These kinds of things were obviously not good signs. Recently, there seemed to be some very terrifying movements in various parts of the dynasty. There were many natural and man-made disasters. However, the Shengyan dynasty had gradually become stronger recently. The country was strong. Furthermore, the current Emperor Shengyan was very open-minded. At least he knew. If he wanted to govern the dynasty well, he had to ensure that the White Deer Mansion was in his favor. He had to curry favor with the White Deer Mansion. Only when the White Deer Mansion made a move could the world be peaceful. Since he had such a good helper like the White Deer Mansion, what was there to dislike? He naturally had to make good use of it. If he could accept this point, it would naturally be considered a success. This was because the White Deer Mansion disdained to compete with him for these things. His strength had long transcended the world. When his opponent's strength had reached a level that was beyond his reach, he would no longer be a match for him. They would no longer be a threat to you. The White Deer Mansion was now much more low-key. It seemed that it was rare to see the White Deer Mansion everywhere. They must be doing something behind the scenes. The people outside naturally couldn't guess. However, the recent movements had indeed become much lesser. Hu Wushuang once again arrived outside the Forest of Evil. She transformed into a blue-haired woman. They were waiting in the city. Hu Wushuang herself was extremely intelligent, even though the situation was very urgent. He also wanted to save Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. However, acting rashly would only spoil things. Therefore, Hu Wushuang was very calm. They were waiting outside the town. Recently, she could feel that Li Zongjiu's strength seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. If that was the case, then perhaps Li Zongjiu was also in the process of breaking through. At the nameless waterfall, Qi Yanran woke up in the Blue Bird Taoist platform. The injuries on his body had also healed. But at this moment, Qi Yanran did not find Wang Jing's figure. Wang Jing was nowhere to be found. After looking around, Qi Yanran didn't find Wang Jing. She didn't hesitate and just left the words, "Evil Forest." He also headed straight for the Forest of Evil. However, when Qi Yanran passed by a forest, she was shocked. This was the Blackwater Forest. It happened to be the border between the Shengyan dynasty and the Haika dynasty. The forest terrain was also extremely vast. This was the Blackwater Forest. At this moment, it was burning with a raging fire. The Blackwater Forest covered more than tens of thousands of miles. However, as the fire burned, it easily covered 1/10 of the area. It was at least 3,000 miles in radius, and one could feel the heat wave from afar. What's going on? It was impossible for such a huge fire to appear in the elemental beast forest. Once such a situation occurred, powerful elemental beasts would usually take action. No matter how weak they were, the elemental energy of heaven and earth could easily extinguish any fire. It was rare for such a powerful fire to appear. Qi Yanran also tried to cover the forest fire with her own strength. However, even with Qi Yanran's strength, she couldn't completely extinguish the fire. Boom! The fire within hundreds of miles was extinguished instantly. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames burned fiercely once again. This is the power of the fire. The person who released this fire has an unfathomable cultivation. The fire itself belonged to a rather powerful force. Therefore, unless Qi Yanran absorbed the fire into her body one by one and refined it, the fire would never be extinguished. Moreover, the fire would spread. Even rivers, lakes, and seas could be easily burned to a crisp. Once the black water forest was burned to a crisp, the surrounding cities would naturally be burned to a crisp. Luoxia City was already a city in the sky given by Qinhua. Moreover, they could evacuate at any time. However, if they couldn't stop the fire from spreading, it would be useless no matter where they escaped to. Moreover, Li Tianqing and the others in Luoxia City would definitely not sit idly by. Even when the fire first appeared, they already found something wrong. After a series of experiments and work, they found that the fire couldn't be extinguished at all. Many elemental beasts were even burned to death in the forest. They couldn't escape in time. The fire could spread so quickly because the other party's power of the fire was too fierce. Moreover, once the fire touched the body, it couldn't be extinguished. When the elemental beasts ran out, they naturally brought the fire to other places. After being touched by the fire, the only outcome was death. After these elemental beasts were burned by the fire, they couldn't escape very far. Soon, they were burned to a crisp by the fire. By now, the fire was already so strong. It was so intense that it had reached a level where it was spreading unbridled. Under such circumstances, Li Tianqing led Zhou Bachuan and the others around the perimeter of the Blackwater Forest. With their strength, they continuously cleared out the areas of the Blackwater Forest that had not yet been engulfed by the fire to create an isolated zone. At least, they could slow down the spread of the fire. It wouldn't spread so quickly. However, this was only a delaying tactic. What was really useful was to extinguish the fire. Even now, they were more than 700 miles away. Luoxia City, which was high up in the sky, could clearly feel the heat waves covering the sky. Such a situation occurred. It made Luoxia City look like a huge steamer. Fortunately, the elemental energy thrusters in charge of patrolling the surroundings could replace the elemental energy with a kind of primordial stone that could release cold air. Only then did the temperature of the entire Luoxia City drop. During the design of this sky castle, they had already considered all possible problems in all aspects. Qi Yanran wanted to continue to take a look at the forest of evil. However, the fire was spreading here. It would definitely threaten Luoxia City. How could Qi Yanran watch Luoxia City get into trouble without doing anything? She immediately rushed towards Luoxia City. Chapter 1571. Luoxia City. Li Tianqing and the others also gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Now, in Luoxia City, a group of ambitious people had gathered. Li Zongjiu might not remember one of them, but in the later process, he had a lot of cooperation with Luoxia City. Even now, he had become the #1 herbal medicine business in Tianzong Academy, the daughter of Thousand Taste Cottage. Lu Yao. Although Li Zongjiu did not remember, Lu Yao had never forgotten Li Zongjiu. This guy was also quite ruthless. It was as if she had never appeared in his life. But this did not matter to Lu Yao. Lu Yao's character did not allow her to do things that were too impulsive. So Lu Yao preferred to be like this. She would silently contribute and wait. Thousand Taste Cottage was also a great success now. In the beginning, they got Li Zongjiu's permission to enter Luoxia City and seize the opportunity. After getting familiar with them a little, they had also quickly established a relationship with him. After all, the strength of Thousand Taste Cottage was not bad. Over the years, they had been well behaved and doing business well. However, the appearance of this fire also attracted Lu Yao's attention. If this fire is not extinguished as soon as possible, at least 5 extinct volcanoes in the Blackwater Forest may be ignited and revived at any time. Once they are revived, the destructive power will be immeasurable, Lu Yao said. After a few years, Lu Yao was also slender and elegant. She was no longer the shy girl before and had become more generous. She was a lady from a noble family, although now she had not officially taken over Thousand Taste Cottage. But in fact, she was already the real helmsman of Thousand Taste Cottage. Now, under the management of the latter, Thousand Taste Cottage was even more stable and improved. It was undeniable that this was Lu Yao's ability. Lu Yao was also a medicine gatherer. Compared to practicing martial arts like swords, spears, and sticks, Lu Yao preferred to use her own hands to find and dig precious medicinal herbs, explore some more mysterious terrains, and find some new medicinal herbs. She wanted to try other effects of the medicinal herbs. This kind of thing was what Lu Yao liked to do. The Blackwater Forest was rich in resources. There were many places where spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines were hidden. Some heavenly treasures were also hidden in very inconspicuous places. As long as one understood their habits, it would be easier to find them. Furthermore, Lu Yao was very familiar with the various terrains of the Blackwater Forest. A herb gatherer was more like a pathfinder. Therefore, the Thousand Flavor Herb Hall didn't just have a simple topographic map. Often, there would be markings on the map. Any special topography, energy distribution, and specific situations in the vicinity would also be marked in great detail. That's right. Although these volcanoes have been dormant for a long time, as long as they are supplied with some energy, the magma book hidden in the depths will awaken and the originally calm energy will become even more violent. The power of the 5 volcanoes will stack together and not a single blade of grass will grow within 1,000 miles. If we want to restore this kind of terrain, it will be even more distant. A group of people were also discussing using the Tianwu boat to transport water here. Impossible. These flames, even with my origin energy cultivation, can't be extinguished. Li Tianqing shook his head repeatedly. When the flames burned less than 100 miles, they had already discovered the signs, although it was already very big at that time. But if it was just an ordinary fire, with Li Tianqing's sovereign cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for him to extinguish the flames. But the difficulty was that the flames were not easy to extinguish. Even if he wanted to refine the flames, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the flames spreading. If we want to extinguish such flames, perhaps the frost dragon on the Dragon Island can help. Lu Yao of the Thousand Flavor Herb Hall said, since the Dragon Island appeared in the public sight, it was inevitable that many people would study the Dragon Island. As for the Frost Dragon clan, they were also very powerful. But the Frost Dragon was a solitary creature. It was a solitary character. Even if the Dragon clan was facing a disaster, it didn't participate. Every day, it would hide in the coldest place on the Dragon Island to sleep and cultivate. It had always been indifferent to the outside world. Frost Dragon. Then we have to go to the Dragon Island. Speaking of going to the Dragon Island, Li Zongjiu must be the one to make the trip. After all, Li Zongjiu was the only one who had been to the Dragon Island. Although he had some contact with the Dragon clan due to his relationship with Long Ji, it might not be possible to ask the Frost Dragon for help even if Long Ji personally made the trip. Something like this was still possible. Li Zongjiu had to make the trip. However, Li Tianqing hadn't heard any news from Li Zongjiu recently. Either the latter was in seclusion. Anyway, with Li Zongjiu's strength, it was impossible for anything to happen to him. Li Tianqing was confident about this too. I don't know where that brat went. But since such a big matter didn't disturb him, it means that he's busy with something more important. If we're talking about going to the Dragon Island to ask the Frost Dragon for help, I'm afraid other than the 3 of you, we're not strong enough. Li Tianqing said. This was indeed the truth. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were all supremacies. Apart from the Kane experts, no one in the world could withstand the might of a supremacy. This point was still very obvious. The strength and advantage of strength were right there and couldn't be ignored. But speaking of going to the Dragon Island, in fact, the three elders were extremely unwilling to do so. The three great demon clans had turned against each other and became enemies. Although they didn't turn against each other, they were at least competitors. And they used to be the three great demon clans. Wouldn't it be a little demeaning to ask another person for help now? They couldn't let this matter go. Although the relationship between the Sparrow clan and the Dragon clan isn't harmonious, we're doing this for the sake of the world. The first elder of the Sparrow Divine Palace sighed. On behalf of all the suffering people, Li Tianqing thanks the first elder for your help. Li Tianqing hurriedly said. He didn't put on airs at all. In fact, if Li Tianqing had asked the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace to go, they wouldn't have dared to refuse. Refuse to go? Aren't you afraid that Li Zongjie will give each of you a slap and knock your heads off when he comes back? You'll know what regret is when that happens. Although Li Zongjie wasn't here now, he would be back sooner or later. However, Li Tianqing didn't use this method of coercion. After all, people should know how to respect each other. This way, they would be more willing to do their best. To be honest, many people didn't expect Li Tianqing to be so courteous despite his noble status. Given Li Tianqing's current status, he should be considered the most powerful person in the three great dynasties. With this son, he could get anything he wanted. If he wanted the world and the country, he could get it with just a word. However, Li Tianqing was willing to be such an otherworldly expert. If something happened, he would be the first to step up. The rest of the people also stood up and expressed their gratitude to the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace. At this moment, a ray of light flashed outside the window. Everyone immediately felt that there seemed to be an extra person in the room. Father! Qi Yanran shouted in surprise. Li Tianqing was shocked. At first, he wasn't used to hearing it. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that it was his daughter-in-law. Yanran, you're back. Li Tianqing was obviously a little surprised. However, he was also quite happy to see his daughter-in-law. The parents of both sides had also met last time. For the two of them to have a low-key wedding, in fact, they did not reject it. It was fine as long as the children were happy. There was nothing wrong. At that time, they also served tea to both parties. After the ceremony, Qi Yanran naturally changed the way she addressed Li Tianqing. She's Qi Yanran. Lu Yao looked at Qi Yanran. She was indeed a rare beauty in this world. Only such a person was truly worthy of Li Zongjie. If it were someone else, they naturally wouldn't have such strength and luck. Lu Yao was also clear about this in her heart. She didn't even think of doing anything excessive. She just admired the two of them. Palace Master! When the three elders saw that it was Qi Yanran who came, they were all pleasantly surprised. Lord Yanran! The rest of the people also cupped their hands and bowed to Qi Yanran. Qi Yanran's identity was very impressive. She was Li Zongjie's wife. She could subdue Li Zongjie. Imagine how terrifying Evil Lord's wife would be. Evil Lord's wife. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. I just passed by the Blackwater Forest. For safety's sake, let's move Sunset City first. Chapter 1572. When everyone saw Qi Yanran's return, they all regarded her as their savior. Once they found Qi Yanran, they would be able to find Li Zongjie. At least, Qi Yanran must know about Li Zongjie's situation. Once they found Evil Lord, what was there to be afraid of? All problems would be easily solved. They had such a good opportunity. Of course, they had to seize it quickly. It was not because they had developed this kind of dependence. It was because the emergence of this disaster had exceeded the scope of what they could bear. They could only seek help from a higher level. Where's Li Zongjie? Why didn't I see him? Li Tianqing asked. After everyone heard this, They felt as if their eyes and ears had been refreshed. They only remembered the title of the evil dominator, but they had never heard of anyone who dared to call Li Zongjio by his name. It was estimated that in this world the number of people who dared to call Li Zongjio by his name could be counted on one hand. "He's in seclusion," Qi Yanran said. On the way here, she had already thought of an excuse. After seeing Li Tianqing, she would definitely ask about Li Zongjio's situation. Although this would deceive Li Tianqing, it was inevitable. It was not good to let the two elders worry. What's more, Li Zongjio's invincible image had been firmly established in everyone's hearts. If these people knew about the situation, there might be chaos in the world. Oh, so it's like this. This brat is really lucky. I'll definitely teach him a lesson later. Li Tianqing also said. When the masses heard that, they rolled their eyes one after another. That was a little too much. Wasn't he just trying to show off that he could take care of the high and mighty Lord Evil Lord whenever he wanted? Wasn't he just relying on the fact that he was the father of the Evil Lord? If not for the fact that you're his father, who knows how badly you'd be beaten up by the Evil Lord. But this kind of thing was indisputable. Who asked Li Tianqing to be so lucky to have such a good son? The pride on Li Tianqing's face had never been restrained. But business was more important. This flame is so strong that even with my strength, it would be difficult to refine it. It would take a lot of time, and the effect would be minimal. Qi Yanran had already tried it before she came. It would take at least 3 people with the same strength as Qi Yanran to refine the flame at the same time. Or perhaps it was an expert with ice attribute elemental energy of the same level. Only then would it be possible. Since even Qi Yanran couldn't do it, he had to do it alone. In that case, he could only continue to invite the frost WIRM. Li Tianqing also told Qi Yanran about this method. Now that things have come to this, I can only try. Qi Yanran said, 3 elders, stay in the city and help control the volcano. I'm going to Dragon Island. If I don't return in 5 days, immediately tell the White Deer Mansion to find Long Ji and have her return to Dragon Island. Qi Yanran said, Yes, sir. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace hurriedly agreed. Luckily, I don't have to go to Dragon Island. With the Palace Master's strength, these guys on Dragon Island couldn't do anything to her. Therefore, the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were not worried. If the 3 of them went, it would be like asking for help. However, if the Palace Master were to go, it would mean that the request had changed. These people on Dragon Island didn't dare to disobey. Father, I'll go first. Say hello to Mother for me, Qi Yanran said softly. Okay. Be careful. It doesn't matter if you can't find her. The most important thing is that she's fine. Of course, Li Tianqing didn't want Qi Yanran to risk her life. This kind of thing was noble, but it was better to do it under the premise of ensuring one's own safety. Otherwise, the sacrifice would be in vain. After Qi Yanran nodded, her figure turned into a 5-colored light and disappeared. Boom! The crowd only had time to look up from the window. They saw the light that Qi Yanran turned into disappear in the blink of an eye. Seeing that his son and daughter-in-law were so promising, Li Tianqing's heart was filled with relief. But when he heard Qi Yanran's answer just now, in fact, Li Tianqing had already noticed that there seemed to be something wrong. He guessed that Li Zongjio had gone somewhere. If this brat did something wrong to Qi Yanran, Li Tianqing would definitely give him a good beating. After all, if his son went the wrong way, it would be his fault for not teaching him well. He would be the one to lose face. Qi Yanran had already set off. Li Tianqing and the others also continued to set off. Day by day, the whole continent was restless. They had never thought that there would be so many calamities appearing one after another. This was a huge test for the entire continent, and even more so for those in power like them. This was a real test. Li Tianqing and the others had to withstand such a test as well. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. These words were becoming more and more true. All parties also directly joined forces. Zhou Bachuan led the city guards and kept chopping trees to create an isolation belt. This was to prevent the flames from spreading. At the very least, it could provide some relief. However, this would be a very large project. Although there were many advanced equipment and their own strength, it sped up a lot. The 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace flew directly to the volcanoes and used their cultivation to suppress the boiling and roaring volcanoes. At the very least, they lowered the temperature around the volcanoes and tried to delay as much time as possible. Otherwise, a small spark could ignite the volcanoes in an instant. By then, it would be a real disaster. Evil Forest, Li Zongjiu's chaotic energy, had entered the final stage of refining. Li Zongjiu immediately felt it. Powerful energy was continuously flowing into his body. Boom! Li Zongjiu's body was also recovering in this crazy shattering. Finally, he survived the most difficult moment. For Li Zongjiu, the most difficult moment was over. It's true? You made me suffer so much. After this round of refinement, Li Zongjiu's strength had also condensed. The bones and internal organs in his body had reached a state where they were truly impregnable. It had supreme power, since his cultivation had broken through. Innate level 7. Previously, Li Zongjiu's strength was limited because his strength was only at innate level 6. No matter what, it was impossible to break through this limit. But it was different now. Li Zongjiu's cultivation had broken through completely. All the hardships he had suffered during this period, all of it was shown in his strength. It had to be said, Li Zongjiu's strength? His constitution was amazing. He had even surpassed all geniuses and all inheritances to be able to achieve this level. Besides Li Zongjiu, it was hard to find a second person. Above his head, there was a tombstone that was suppressing him. Li Zongjiu looked up. Primordial Bell, smash him to pieces. Immediately, Li Zongjiu gave the order. The chaos bell in his hand turned into a ray of black light and crashed upward. Boom! A violent vibration resounded in the evil forest. Chapter 1573. Wan Yulan, who was trying her best to recover her cultivation in the tomb, opened her eyes. At this moment, she also opened her eyes and felt the power of the vibration. There was also a trace of disbelief in her eyes. What? Even in her eyes, it was obvious that she did not dare to believe that such a thing could happen. If Li Zongjiu wanted to break out of the formation, then there was only one feasible way. This method was to break through on the spot. In such a desperate situation, he made a breakthrough on his own. To anyone else, this was something that was impossible. How long had it been since then? It was easier said than done to break through the connate realm so easily. It was impossible to achieve this without 100 or 80 years of cultivation or even 1,000 years of cultivation. Just as Wan Yulan appeared and looked at the formation that she had set up. At this moment, under the formation, there was also a burst of power that was erupting. Stay still. Wan Yulan formed a seal with her hands and released a spell that continued to fall downwards. Boom! The powerful force fell on the tombstone again. However, Wan Yulan had been trying her best to recover from her injuries these days. She was originally fine and only suffered a little damage. But she did not expect that she would be hit hard by a stick some time ago. Furthermore, there was actually an incantation technique hidden on the staff. It was this great void spell that had tormented her for several days. At this moment, she finally got rid of this power. Boom! A black ray of light shot out from the tomb. The chaos bell appeared. Suddenly, an endless golden light fell in all directions like a sharp sword. Swoosh! Swoosh! The golden sword chi also covered the area within a radius of a few thousand meters. Seeing this, Wan Yulan raised her hand and brought the tombstone to her. She did not move at all, allowing the golden light to attack her. Obviously, this attack did not break her defense. This nameless tombstone was obviously a powerful magic treasure. However, at this moment, the chaos spell only released a little of its power to make it easier for Li Zongjio to come out. Your moves are very strange. It seems that you came down from the upper realm. Li Zongjio's figure appeared in midair. He stood in the air. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. She immediately stared at the person in front of her. There was a cold curve at the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect there to be such a treasure. You were able to break through in such a short time. Your physical body must be endlessly talented. Wan Yulan's eyes were bursting with desire. At the same time, they crazily wanted to take Li Zongjio's body. They actually coveted it to such an extent. Even Wan Yulan herself did not expect Li Zongjio's body to be so strong. If he cultivated in the upper realm for a few years, he would be able to turn the world upside down. To go directly against the heavens, to attain to go to Tao to go against the heavens with such powerful strength, it was really enviable and amazing. You'd better return to the tombstone by yourself. Otherwise, I will destroy your soul. Li Zongjio glanced at the sky. Then, he slowly said to Wan Yulan in front of him, "Do you think you can be my opponent after breaking through?" Wan Yulan laughed disdainfully. "If I can seal you once, I can seal you a second time." Wan Yulan's finger flickered. Suddenly, power gathered on the tombstone in front of her. Lines of runes constantly emerged from the tombstone. Li Zongjio, however, laughed disdainfully. He stretched out his hand. He shouted, "Sword, come!" There seemed to be an extremely terrifying vibration coming from afar. As it vibrated, it came with the power of ice and fire. Boom! This power felt like it could shake the heavens and earth. In an instant, it rushed in front of Li Zongjio and attacked from behind Wan Yulan. However, Wan Yulan dodged it. This aura. Wan Yulan stared at the sword in front of Li Zongjio. Her eyes were filled with surprise and shock. How did you become stronger?" Hu Wushuang appeared again. Her ice-blue hair was filled with coldness, and the fiery red dress made people feel the warmth in it. "You're free." When Hu Wushuang saw that Li Zongjio was fine, she was naturally very excited. However, her expression was quite restrained. However, Li Zongjio could see that Hu Wushuang was very excited. If it was any other time, she would definitely not have such an expression. "This is the Black Sea Lord's help," Hu Wushuang said, and then pointed at the heart of the Azure Sea on the sword's hilt. "The heart of the Azure Sea. This is a top-grade treasure." Li Zongjio saw that there was an additional heart of the Azure Sea on the Wushuang sword. This was a legendary gem. If it was just a stone, it could easily create an ocean. In the ocean, as long as there was such a gem, it could ensure that it would not dry up for thousands of years. And for an ocean, who knew how many thousands of years it would take to form such a heart of the Azure Sea? It was the representative of the top power of the water attribute, the water of extreme Yin. "I owe her a favor," Li Zongjio said. Hu Wushuang also nodded. At this moment, she also felt an unprecedentedly powerful strength. If she could completely release her own strength, who knew how terrifying it would be? She was just a sword spirit. To truly release the power of this treasure sword, she still needed to rely on Li Zongjio. Let's stop talking about old times. Wan Yulan looked at the two people in front of her and was naturally unhappy. They actually started chatting in front of her. This was not putting her in their eyes. From the nameless tombstone, a powerful force suddenly erupted. It was as if a ghostly hand was reaching out from the tombstone. It grabbed towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio did not dodge. He directly waved the Wushuang sword. The sword contained the strong power of ice and fire and directly blasted towards the person in front of him. Boom! The power of the sword Qi collided. In an instant, it collided with the hand that reached out from the tombstone. The overbearing sword Qi instantly broke the hand of the tombstone. Another sword. Li Zongjio continued to sweep out his sword. Wan Yulan was also shocked and used the tombstone in her hand to block. Then she heard a bang. On the tombstone, there was an additional crack. "Your defense is this all?" Li Zongjio's disdainful voice sounded in her ear. Then, Wan Yulan's eyes flashed with surprise. Obviously, she did not expect Li Zongjio to be able to get close to her. Chapter 1574. After the breakthrough, Li Zongjio's strength naturally increased greatly. At the same time, he had already sensed the person in front of him who had taken Wan Yulan's body. Sure enough, there was a limit to his strength. He was not that unattainable. At his peak, the other party was at most at the level of innate level 9 and had not reached the celestial realm. Li Zongjio could deduce. The Black Sea Overlord should be at the level of the celestial realm. The person in front of him was now in a state of injury, so he wanted to obtain a strong physical body. Unfortunately, Li Zongjio's physical cultivation was too strong and could not be subdued so easily, so he needed enough time to prepare. But who knew that when he was preparing, Qi Yanran had disrupted his plan. At the same time, he was hit by Wang Jing's staff and was hit by the Great Emptiness spell, so he could not make any progress. Not long after he came back to his senses, Li Zongjio in front of him had actually broken through. This was something that Wan Yulan had not expected. The people from the lower realm were truly able to continuously surprise her. Li Zongjio did not intend to exchange pleasantries with him and listen to his own bloody history. So Li Zongjio directly slashed at Wan Yulan with his sword. The power of ice and fire intertwined. The surging power surged out. Immediately, a storm was formed. It instantly enveloped Wan Yulan. Under the storm, Wan Yulan also instinctively rushed back. Boom! The tombstone instantly enlarged and immediately formed a wall. It blocked Li Zongjio's sword energy. Li Zongjio instantly waved dozens of sword energy in succession. All the sword energy blasted at the same place in unison. The tombstone was actually split into two halves by the powerful sword chi. Boom! This power exploded in an instant. Wan Yulan's eyes revealed a look of horror. "How can you be so strong?" "You're too weak," Li Zongjio said disdainfully. In the next moment, the primordial bell also fell from the sky. Wan Yulan exclaimed. Despite being locked down by the primordial bell, she was still able to split into two and forcibly escape from the primordial bell. But at the same time, Wan Yulan was also heavily injured. The primordious bell fell to the ground, instantly erupting with turbulent energy. Wan Yulan, who was in front of him, was sent flying. Boom! The latter coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Li Zongjio continued to chase after him. For directions, heaven and earthquake. When Li Zongjio approached, his body seemed to vibrate like all kinds of floor tiles, instantly surrounding Li Zongjio. A hint of surprise flashed across Li Zongjio's eyes. It came from all directions like thunder, like an earthquake. This kind of powerful force came crashing down on Li Zongjio's body. Boom, boom, boom. This force made Li Zongjio unable to distinguish it. Therefore, he could only resist it with his own strength. His body was refined with 3 streaks of chaotic energy. Li Zongjio also forcibly withstood the opponent's attack. The qi and blood in his body were tumbling, but Li Zongjio's body could be considered to have withstood it, and the injuries in his body were rapidly recovering. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjio's injuries were almost healed. Now, Li Zongjio's body's recovery ability could be said to be terrifying. It was almost equivalent to an immortal body. "I've already said that you're too weak," Li Zongjio said indifferently. Wan Yulan did not expect that such a powerful curse could not hurt Li Zongjio at all. Damn it! Wan Yulan suddenly wanted to turn back and escape. Running away was not shameful. After all, with his strength, as long as he recovered to his peak, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zongjio completely. Why would he be in such a difficult situation? For the latter, this was just a delaying tactic. When he was in the upper realm, he also made a living by running away. In the upper realm, his little bit of strength was actually considered nothing at all. Trying to run? Li Zongjio snorted coldly and rushed forward in an instant. With his own speed and the power of the Chaos Bell, he quickly caught up with Wan Yulan. "Boy, if you continue to chase me, I'll self-destruct this body." Wan Yulan turned back and said he wanted to threaten Li Zongjio with Wan Yulan's life. However, the moment he turned back to look at Li Zongjio, he met with Li Zongjio's eyes. Soon, a force directly poured into Wan Yulan's body. Illusion. The soul hidden in Wan Yulan's body immediately became alert, but it was too late. Li Zongjio had already found an opportunity. He used his mental strength to blast the soul out. Wan Yulan's body fell down. The unparalleled sword swayed and caught the unconscious Wan Yulan. "Brat, you've ruined my plan. Just you wait." The power of the black soul let out a sharp cry. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Obviously, it had used some kind of divine ability. Li Zongjio did not panic and just smiled faintly. The primordial bell in the distance was hidden behind a tombstone. Suddenly, there seemed to be a force pouring in from the tombstone. The tombstone suddenly came to life. It was just that this well-hidden tombstone obviously did not expect that it would be destroyed as soon as it was restored. It was directly covered by the primordial bell. Bang! It was completely covered by the primordial bell. It was like a bird cage. It had long been waiting for the rabbit. What? The black soul was obviously stunned. It did not expect Li Zongjio to have such a backup plan. How did he find out about it? Li Zongjio's figure appeared from the primordial bell. "Do you really think that everyone is as stupid as you? With your little ability, this sovereign has already seen through it," Li Zongjio said without any trace of politeness. The reason why this guy needed to continuously seize bodies was because his physical body had already been destroyed. Therefore, after being forced out of Wan Yulan's body, he definitely needed to find a place to store his soul. And according to Li Zongjio's previous observation, this black soul must have been stored on the tombstone that fell from the sky. Sure enough, when it fell down, after escaping from Wan Yulan's body, it had to find a new place to stay. And this tombstone was obviously left here by Li Zongjio on purpose. He had already discovered it. After the latter went into it, he directly suppressed and captured it with the primordial bell. At this time, this guy naturally did not have any temper. The escape method that the latter was good at? Li Zongjio obviously could not see through it, but as long as he landed, he could easily catch it. "Do you think that a mere semi-finished immortal treasure can trap me? Even if you trap me, once I recover my strength, I will definitely kill you." The black soul shrank into a ball. It directly hid in the tombstone and did not show itself. Since the latter was able to escape from the upper realm, he obviously had powerful means. As long as he did not show himself, Li Zongjio naturally could not do anything to him. Of course, this was only his own idea. After capturing this guy, Li Zongjio naturally did not bother with this guy. His figure retreated from the primordial bell. Now that the primordial bell had been completely refined by Li Zongjio, his every move in the primordial bell was also under Li Zongjio's control. It was completely impossible for him to disappear quietly. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to deal with him. First, he helped Wan Yulan up. Obviously, during this period, Wan Yulan must have suffered a lot. In any case, she was a guest of his white deer mansion. Of course, Li Zongjio would not leave her in the lurch. At the very least, they were all Li Zongjio's friends. If Li Zongjio had negotiated with this mysterious black soul, it would have been disadvantageous for Wan Yulan. The most effective method would be to take him down without saying a word. Everything would be fine. Hu Wushuang placed Wan Yulan on the ground. Li Zongjio came to Wan Yulan's side and checked her pulse. He also found that Wan Yulan was fine. Perhaps because of this, he could even gain a blessing in disguise. The power of the Black Soul was really special. This was because he did not want to directly take over Wan Yulan's body. He only wanted to borrow it temporarily. After all, the latter really cared about Li Zongjiu's body. However, during this period of time, the cultivation power was concentrated in Wan Yulan's body. It was equivalent to directly strengthening Wan Yulan's physique. This was because as long as Wan Yulan's strength was strong, he could also use more power. Now, the Black Soul was chased away by Li Zongjiu. The power from before was also left in Wan Yulan's body. Li Zongjiu also used a stream of elemental energy to enter Wan Yulan's body and woke Wan Yulan up. In just a moment, Wan Yulan opened her eyes. When she saw Li Zongjiu, the first thing she said was, "Quick, Miss Yanran was injured by me." Obviously, during that period of time, Wan Yulan was also aware of the situation in the outside world. What? Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly turned cold. The cold air on his body exploded. "Tell me the situation in detail." After Li Zongjiu calmed down, he said, "The killing intent just now was not targeted at Wan Yulan, but the mysterious Black Soul in the primordial bell. Even so, Wan Yulan still felt an extremely frightening and threatening power." Chapter 1575. If the momentum was stronger, Wan Yulan even had a feeling that she would be killed by Li Zongjiu's momentum. After that, Wan Yulan also told him the situation in her memory. After listening, Li Zongjiu also breathed a sigh of relief. As for the person who attacked, Wan Yulan only mentioned a fat man with a stick. Li Zongjiu knew who the person was. In Wan Yulan's hands, there was actually a curse seal left behind. If Wang Jing attacked, then there should be no problem. Let's find them first. Li Zongjiu said. When Wan Yulan learned that Qi Yanran was fine, she also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if Qi Yanran was injured by her, then Wan Yulan would also be injured. She would definitely fall into incomparable self-blame. Fortunately, according to Li Zongjiu's analysis of the situation, Qi Yanran was fine. Li Zongjiu had experienced the power of the Blue Bird platform. With the strength of the Black Soul, it was still impossible to destroy the Blue Bird platform. As long as the Blue Bird platform was still there, then Qi Yanran must be safe. At least an expert of the celestial being realm was needed. So Li Zongjiu was also quite clear. After this kind of thing happened, Li Zongjiu also went back to Luoxia City first. There was also an intelligence station of the White Deer Mansion in Luoxia City. At least he could know about Qi Yanran's situation and Wang Jing's situation. Wan Yulan also expressed her apologies. She wanted to go with them, at least after seeing that Qi Yanran was fine. Then her tense heart could really be relieved. Li Zongjiu was naturally worried. Although he believed in Qi Yanran's strength, he could really be relieved after seeing it with his own eyes. My strength, how did it increase so much? During this process, Wan Yulan unexpectedly discovered that her strength had increased tremendously. Although he had already stepped into the Supreme Being realm previously, he was still a Supreme Being. However, in just a few days, Wan Yulan was already close to the level of an 8th grade Supreme Being. From this point, it could be seen that the Heavenly Monarch's actions were unfathomable. The people of the upper realm could do a lot of things, and even the miracles they could achieve were beyond imagination. For them, increasing the strength of a supremacy was as simple as Li Zongjiu increasing the strength of a Yuan king or a Yuan emperor. In Wan Yulan's eyes, this was simply a huge surprise, but in reality, in their eyes, it was just a casual enlightenment. Wan Yulan was pleasantly surprised. Since he was given such a good opportunity, he naturally had to grasp it. After that, he continued to increase his strength. Naturally, it would be faster, although it was very dangerous at that time, and he could have died at any time. However, thanks to Li Zongjiu, his life was saved. Otherwise, he would definitely have lost his life in the process. Once the mysterious Black Soul's strength increased, it would definitely devour the vitality in Wan Yulan's body first. In this way, it would be difficult for Wan Yulan to be resurrected. If Li Zongjio did not take action, Wan Yulan would only have a dead end in the end. When Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran flew into the boundary of the Blackwater Forest, immediately they felt a heat wave hit them. Immediately, both of them had a confused expression in their eyes. They looked at each other and saw the scene in front of them. They were shocked to find that there was a huge fire in the Blackwater Forest that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. The fire was burning fiercely. There is such a fire in the forest? Why didn't the high-level meta beast take action? Wan Yulan said. The appearance of the fire was strange. The range of the fire had expanded to 1,500 miles. At a glance, there was a real sea of fire in front of them. It was boundless. It connected heaven and earth. Just by looking at it, it felt as if the whole world was being burned. Wan Yulan tried to take action. She tried to use her own meta-force to suppress the fire. He wanted to use his own elemental energy to directly extinguish these flames. This way, she would be able to extinguish the fire. However, when Wan Yulan's meta-force came into contact with the fire, they were burned to ashes by the flames. What? This fire is actually so domineering. Li Zongjio naturally saw Wan Yulan's attempt. Obviously, Li Zongjio was surprised by the other party's strength. Even if he did not take action, he could feel the strength of the fire. Therefore, Li Zongjio did not take any action rashly. Let's go back to the city first. Li Zongjio knew that the fire would not be extinguished in a short time. At the same time, Li Zongjio was worried that it would be really dangerous if the fire spread to Luoxia City. How many things had happened on this continent during the time he was trapped? Therefore, Li Zongjio and Lan Xuanyu forcibly broke through the fire and rushed towards Luoxia City. During this process, the unparalleled sword also released a blue sea force to protect the two of them. Although the fire was strong, it did not hurt the two of them at all. Li Zongjio also realized that there seemed to be a person trying his best to hide his aura in the fire. It was as if these flames had only appeared along with his breathing. It didn't even feel as if he had deliberately released the power of these flames. Li Zongjio could feel the strength of the other party. There was also a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This was because the aura was even stronger than that of the mysterious black soul. There must be some kind of trouble that caused these things to happen one after another. Otherwise, these things wouldn't have happened for no reason. Moreover, they appeared in groups. It would be fine if one of them appeared. There was another one here. Moreover, there might also be strange people appearing in other places. This made Li Zongjio very confused. For the time being, Li Zongjio didn't look for trouble with the person in the raging fire. The Blackwater Forest was burned down, but if he dared to make a move against the Luoxia City, then Li Zongjio would definitely not spare him. However, looking at the current situation, it was obvious that the fire was bound to spread to Luoxia City. Before that, he had to get rid of them. When Li Zongjio and Li Zongjiu passed through the fire, they finally saw Luoxia City hundreds of miles away. At this moment, there were more than a dozen giant warships around Luoxia City. They were spraying something similar to ice cubes outside. When these powers appeared, they would be able to lower the temperature better. Only by reducing the temperature could they prevent the fire from entering Luoxia City. However, these flying ships were already doing their best. Now, Luoxia City could naturally be left. However, Li Tianqing chose to stay. To deal with the situation in front of him, he wanted to help the mainland resist the fire in front of him and do his best to stop it. These ships are quite interesting. Li Zongjio saw the flying ships spraying ice cubes. The ice cubes flew down like a series of waterfalls. The surrounding trees had been cut down. There were even many trenches dug to prevent the fire from spreading. However, the fire was too big to be stopped. Li Zongjio and Li Zongjiu flew into Luoxia City. Qing Shilong was also sitting here. When he saw Li Zongjio and Li Zongjiu, he was also surprised. Master. Li Zongjiu landed in front of Qing Shilong. These days, Qing Shilong had been monitoring the situation of the fire in front of him. However, they also felt rather bored. Since the fire couldn't be extinguished, it was better to run away. When he saw Li Zongjiu coming, Qing Shilong was also very surprised. "Where's my father?" "He's in the city, Lord Mansion." Li Zongjiu and Wan Yulan also rushed here. In the city Lord Mansion, Li Tianqing and the others were also having a meeting. Basically, during this time, these people were also discussing things. "Father." Li Zongjiu appeared in the meeting. He appeared in front of everyone. When they saw Li Zongjiu appear, they were all pleasantly surprised. "Evil Lord, Evil Lord, you're finally here." Everyone cried out in alarm. Li Tianqing also spent a lot of energy during this time. After all, when there was no one above, he had to take over. Fortunately, Li Tianqing was more or less experienced in this aspect. The overall situation was not a mess. If it were someone else, they might have already run away. "You brat, you're finally here." When Li Tianqing saw Li Zongjiu and Wan Yulan coming together, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Wasn't this brat in seclusion? Why was he with Miss Wan? "Miss Wan is also here. Please take a seat." However, after thinking about it, it was normal. After all, the Haika dynasty was on the opposite side of the Black Water Forest. At present, the fire was only burning here. However, sooner or later, it would burn to the Haiku dynasty. Therefore, it was normal to find Li Zongjiu to come together. Therefore, Li Tianqing also introduced the situation of the fire to them, up until now. Everything that had happened. Yanran went to Dragon Island. How many days has she been there? Li Zongjiu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Qi Yanran was fine and had gone to Dragon Island. However, he also knew that there was a frost dragon on Dragon Island. However, Li Zongjiu also knew that this frost dragon was not to be trifled with. It could be said that this frost dragon seemed to have existed since the birth of Dragon Island. It was very, very ancient. On this Dragon Island, it was already a kind of otherworldly feeling. How many days has she been there? Today is the 3rd day. Chapter 1576. With Qi Yanran's strength, she wouldn't even need 3 days to go back and forth. She must have encountered some obstacles. "I'll go to Dragon Island first. The fire here isn't a big problem for the time being. Anyway, everything that should be burned has been burned. Wushuang, you stay here." Li Zongjiu left the Wushuang, sword behind. After all, Wushuang's current strength was equivalent to the existence of the innate realm, and with the support of the heart of the blue sea, with the addition of the power of water and fire, there was an absolute balance between the power of water and fire. With such strength, it was naturally not a problem. Huo Wushuang was even more effective than him in stopping the fire. "Okay." Huo Wushuang nodded. The rest of the people were quite surprised when they saw Evil Lord turn into a stunning beauty in the blink of an eye. There were many benefits to becoming a top expert. There were beauties lingering around every day. This kind of time was quite blissful in the eyes of others. "You also stay here to help," Li Zongjiu said to Wan Yulan. "Yes," Wan Yulan replied. Now that she knew that Qi Yanran was fine, Wan Yulan was naturally relieved, because it had been half a month since Wan Yulan injured Qi Yanran. Since she was here, it meant that her injury had been healed. Just when Li Zongjiu was about to go to Dragon Island, suddenly outside the city, more than 400 miles to the west, there was a violent explosion. At the same time, a heat wave came rapidly. Boom! Even the few giant flying ships in the sky started to sway due to the wind. "Oh no, the volcano erupted," someone said. Li Tianqing's face suddenly changed. "Oh no, Miss Lu Yao from the Thousand Taste Herb Hall is still investigating the situation in the volcano area." Li Tianqing's face immediately changed. After all, Lu Yao was quite a capable person. She was also a very important person to Luoxia City. While everyone was watching, Li Zongjiu's figure had disappeared from where he was. When Li Tianqing spoke, Li Zongjiu's mental energy caught sight of a few figures in the center of the explosion. So he moved without hesitation. Those who took the risk to get close to the volcano at this time must be to stop the fire. At this moment, Lu Yao and the others were also adding powder to the extinct volcano, trying to neutralize the power in it. This way, even if it exploded, the power could be weakened. At least that was what Lu Yao thought. There was no other way. Once it was unleashed, its might would be able to instantly cover 100 miles. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to avoid it. All the people and meta beasts in the vicinity of the volcanic area would be wiped out by this force. Lu Yao couldn't bear to see such misery and suffering. Even before that, Lu Yao had also used her own power to treat the small animals that had escaped from the forest. She had even treated a large number of injured metabeasts. They were all treated by Lu Yao. This fire not only had a great impact on the human race, but it also had a greater impact on the small animals in the forest. This Blackwater forest was their home, but now it was burned to such a state. At this moment, Lu Yao and the others were quickly escaping to the back. It's 20 hours faster than we expected. This is only the first one. There are other volcanoes that are in danger of erupting. The first one was just a warning. The second one is the real eruption. Lu Yao shouted loudly. However, at this moment, the volcanic ash that was falling from the sky like countless flying blades was rapidly spreading towards them. Boom! An expert from the Thousand Taste Herb Hall also put up his own defense. He protected Lu Yao and the others in it. He had told Lu Yao not to come here. But Lu Yao was very experienced in the geological exploration of volcanoes. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to find anything. So, Lu Yao came here personally. She didn't expect such a big thing to happen. Miss, let's go. Take this document with you. My analysis just now has been recorded in it. Take me with you. Who are you? You can't leave, Lu Yao said. At the same time, she threw a crystal into the hands of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall expert. Miss, don't talk nonsense. This is an order. The expert nodded with tears in his eyes. Finally, he turned around and flew out. During the first round of eruption, they had already lost 2 people. They had sacrificed 2 people. If they didn't leave now, all the efforts of Miss would be wasted. The second round of eruption came. The volcanic ash was like meteorites from outer space, falling down rapidly. The power attached to it was enough to devour all life. Lu Yao turned around and looked at the volcanic ash. It was like a black cloud, but also like a huge wave. In short, it was very terrifying. She clenched her hands tightly, waiting for death to come. There wouldn't be any pain to die under the volcanic ash, because in a few milliseconds, one's body would become part of the volcanic ash and be washed away. It would be smaller than the tiniest grain of sand in the world. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Yao still felt that her body seemed to be intact. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she was already high in the sky, and all the volcanic ash was under her feet. Looking down from this angle, it was obvious that this scene was even more shocking. This, don't you know how to run? Are you an idiot? Li Zongjiu's voice sounded in Lu Yao's ears. When Lu Yao heard this voice, her body trembled. She was so shocked that she couldn't believe her eyes. When she turned her head, she happened to see Li Zongjiu's resolute side profile. Miss, I was caught by Evil Lord when I was running halfway, the expert from Thousand Flavors Herb Hall said awkwardly. With his cultivation of the Origin Emperor realm, he was pulled up by Li Zongjiu as if he was a chick. He couldn't resist at all. In fact, he almost couldn't escape. The power of the volcanic ash was enough to destroy any Origin Emperor realm expert and cause their bodies to fester. Even a Supremacy realm expert couldn't resist it. This was the power of heaven and earth. It wasn't something that could be resisted with just a few decades of cultivation. The volcanic ash had been deposited for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. If it had intelligence, it would be a monster that could destroy everything. Li Zongjiu, why are you here? Lu Yao looked at Li Zongjiu and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. When Li Zongjiu heard this voice, he also felt the same. He couldn't help but look back at Lu Yao. You've grown up. Lu Yao didn't expect Li Zongjiu's first sentence to be this. What did he mean by grown up? Back then in Northern Medicine City, you were just a little girl who pretended to be mature. Li Zongjiu's next sentence directly cleared Lu Yao's doubts, and the content of his words made Lu Yao's heart tremble. Northern Medicine City. Why did he remember it so clearly? It had been a few years. Why did Li Zongjiu still remember such a small matter back then? Back then, Li Zongjiu had barged into Northern Medicine City directly. He had even killed the city lord of Northern Medicine City in the end. Li Zongjiu was only able to leave under the cover of Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Who would have thought that the impulsive kid back then had become a top existence in the continent in the blink of an eye? With such a cultivation, he could still remember such a small matter back then. You still remember? But I was... Lu Yao didn't appear back then. Although everything was instructed by Lu Yao, the one who actually did it was Lu Manxian. Now, Lu Manxian had become one of the pillars of Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. She had put in a lot of effort for Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. I knew it long ago. Otherwise, do you think your Thousand Flavors Herb Hall would be able to reach such a scale today? Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't forget the kindness back then. He remembered all those who had helped him along the way. As for his former enemies, their fates were naturally very obvious. All of them were buried in the ground. How dare you? Lu Yao naturally didn't expect this. Lu Yao originally thought that Li Zongjiu didn't know of her existence at all. He didn't even remember her at all. But who would have thought that Li Zongjiu was actually... He had been paying attention to her for such a long time. It was simply... Lu Yao herself couldn't believe it. She didn't even know how to react for a moment. Why did you come to this place? Li Zongjiu asked. Only then did Lu Yao come back to her senses. Business was more important. These volcanoes are about to erupt. Once all of them erupt, the destructive power won't be inferior to this fire disaster. Hurry up and stop it, Lu Yao said immediately. Lu Yao didn't need to say more. Li Zongjiu had already seen through it. Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually. The chaos bell suddenly grew bigger. In the end, the chaos bell was so big that when it fell, it directly covered the volcanic crater. With a loud boom, the crater of the volcano was completely engulfed by it. Keep! Li Zongjiu's voice fell. Suddenly, the scene of magma in the volcano surging into the chaos bell could be heard. Chapter 1577. Li Zongjiu had already absorbed the power of primal chaos in the world within the primordial bell. Therefore, it could be said that the primordial bell was an endless space. Therefore, in this space, it was possible to carry things without any restraint. Li Zongjiu had also divided the world inside the chaotic bell into several layers. The giant dragon tribe that he had captured previously was placed in the middle layer. However, Li Zongjiu had also placed the tombstone that he had captured previously at the lowest layer. There was still a mysterious black soul hidden in the tombstone. If Li Zongjiu wanted to deal with the black soul, it would take a lot of effort. Then, Li Zongjiu directly absorbed the magma of the volcano, which had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, and poured it all into the chaotic bell. Immediately, the boiling hot and dense magma submerged the tombstone. The mysterious black soul in the chaotic bell was shocked when he felt the magma coming towards him. A soul like him was most afraid of the scorching energy between heaven and earth. Now the black soul was attacking him. This caused the mysterious black soul to scream. Li Zongjiu did it on purpose. Previously, the black soul had used Wan Yolan's body to injure Qi Yanran. This debt naturally had to be settled properly. Now, it was time to collect some interest. After that, he would teach this guy a lesson. After a while, the amount of magma in the volcano naturally decreased by a lot. Li Zongjio did not absorb all the magma. In that case, the volcano would dry up and become a very ordinary mountain in the future. This was too tragic for a volcano. Therefore, Li Zongjio gave it a chance to continue living. In the future, when it accumulated to a certain extent, it could still become a new volcano. This is settled. Lu Yao and the others were in disbelief. Lu Yao had spent a lot of time and effort in order to calculate and collect a lot of data. It took a lot of effort, but in the end, with Li Zongjio's help, the volcano was easily dealt with. There was no longer any danger of an eruption because the storage capacity of the magma was no longer enough for an eruption. Of course, it's difficult for you, Li Zongjio said calmly. When Lu Yao saw Li Zongjio's expression, she thought that if it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have given Li Zongjio a vicious punch to his face so that he could continue to show off. It was truly infuriating. In the past few days, it could be said that they had gone through a lot of hardships before finally accomplishing these things. It was truly shocking. To be able to do this was already very good. However, they didn't expect Li Zongjio to solve the crisis of a volcano in less than a few minutes. There are 4 more volcanoes. You should also take them. Otherwise, they will also be in danger of erupting. Lu Yao was already too tired to complain. If she had known that it was so easy to solve these problems with strength, she wouldn't have spent so much effort. It would have been better if she had dug out Li Zongjio earlier. In fact, Li Zongjio himself only had such strength because he had completely refined the Chaos Bell. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of time to absorb the power of the volcanoes. In order not to waste time, Li Zongjio also quickly rushed into the distance and absorbed the power of the remaining 4 volcanoes into the world of the Chaos Bell. All of it was poured into Onyx Soul in the tombstone. In this way, Onyx Soul was also bathed in the endless magma. It was also suffering from the pain of the raging fire at every moment. Li Zongjio even compressed the sea of magma continuously until it was only 1/10 of its original size. With that, the might of the flames also increased. They were 10 times stronger than before. Although it couldn't cause any substantial damage to the ladder, such a powerful magma would definitely consume the ladder's strength. This also caused the ladder to be in a state of exhaustion all the time, which would naturally cause a certain amount of trouble for the ladder. The hidden dangers of the 5 volcanoes had been eliminated, which at least reduced the danger by a lot. Lu Yao also heaved a sigh of relief. Although it seemed like she had been wasting her time for so long, everything would be fine as long as these volcanoes didn't erupt. Go back by yourselves. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Li Zongjio casually left the 2 of them by the roadside. The other person was in primitive emperor expert, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to return to the city. Therefore, Li Zongjio didn't waste any more time and directly flew in the direction of Dragon Island. If these fools on Dragon Island dared to do anything to harm Qi Yanran, Li Zongjio would have already made up his mind to directly overturn Dragon Island. Looking at Li Zongjio's disappearing figure, the 2 of them were obviously very surprised. I've always heard of evil Lord's achievements in the past. Now I finally know. Lord Evil Lord should be called a god. The primitive emperor expert beside Lu Yao couldn't help but say. As for how strong he was, you could only feel it when you were facing him. Who would have thought that Li Zongjio's strength was actually so terrifying? This was the power of 5 volcanoes. Just like that, the power of the magma stored in these volcanoes was easily absorbed. This guy. Lu Yao's thoughts were also in a mess. She had never thought that Li Zongjio had already known about her. This caused Lu Yao to feel rather uneasy in her heart. She couldn't believe it at all. Therefore, Lu Yao's heart was also in a mess. She didn't know what was going through her mind. Let's go. Anyway, the situation here has been solved. Lu Yao said. The 2 of them walked in the direction of Luoxia City. Dragon Island. Qi Yanran had never been to Dragon Island. Last time, Li Zongjio rushed to Dragon Island in order to chase after the devouring Yuan clan. Therefore, Qi Yanran spent more than half a day to find Dragon Island. When Qi Yanran came to Dragon Island, clearly the Dragon Island had become more vigilant after the previous calamity. Even the various dragon tribes had joined forces once again. The Dragon Penitentiary had also directly subdued all the major dragon clans on Dragon Island. It didn't continue to give them freedom anymore, because it gave them too much freedom. These people always thought that they were going to heaven. Therefore, the Dragon Penitentiary announced that it would directly rule the Dragon Clan and command all the dragons. If anyone was disobedient and refused to listen to advice, they would all be thrown into prison. After the previous experience, there was already a trend of this happening. Fortunately, the Dragon Penitentiary only did this because it wanted to unify the power of the Dragon Clan. When Qi Yanran came, she was also directly faced with the tenacious resistance and attacks of the Dragon Clan. The 3 wardens of the Dragon Penitentiary came in person, but they still couldn't defeat this human. However, Qi Yanran didn't kill them. She just asked the Dragon Clan about the whereabouts of the Frost Dragon. After a fight, the Dragon Clan found that even if all of them combined, they were no match for Qi Yanran. Finally, after a conversation, they actually just found out Qi Yanran was the wife of the evil lord. No wonder she had such terrifying strength. The wardens of the Dragon Penitentiary almost began to doubt themselves. They thought that the human clan had reached the stage of eruption of masters, and any one of them could destroy the entire dragon clan. Since she was the wife of the evil lord, it naturally made sense. After all, the evil lord was the one who directly destroyed the dragon clan a few years ago. However, in the end, he had already wasted 2 whole days. Fortunately, after knowing the identity of the wife of the evil lord, the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary also personally took Qi Yanran to find the Frost Dragon. However, the Frost WYRM had obviously given him the cold shoulder again. In this endless range of icebergs, even the Dragon Clan was here. They also felt a kind of bone-piercing cold. Only the Ice Blast WYRMS could cultivate and survive in such an environment. If it were the other dragons, they would have to admit defeat immediately. If the Frost Dragon Clan didn't want to show up, even the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary couldn't do anything. I seem to have heard that the Frost Dragon Clan has a rule that they will only show up if someone can break their frost formation. The warden explained to Qi Yanran. Although it was just a rumor, it was true. But this was not far from the truth. Anyway, they hadn't seen the Ice Blast WYRM for so many years. Furthermore, it was said that the Frost Dragon Clan was extremely terrifying. They were existences akin to the demonic dragons. They were not the dark kind. Instead, they were born to belong to the demon dragons and were born to be bad people. That was why there was such a rule. Last time, the guy who called himself the evil dragon god didn't dare to provoke the Frost Dragon, because as long as you didn't look for him, he wouldn't show up. In this way, there would be no problem. Where is the formation? Qi Yanran asked. 1 more step, and you will be in the range of the Frost Formation. The Great Frost Formation did exist, but whether or not they could find the Frost Dragon after breaking it was a legend. On the Dragon Island, there was only this glacier in front of them. If there was no glacier here, the Frost Dragon would most likely be dead. Chapter 1578. The head warden of the Dragon Penitentiary watched Qi Yanran walk into the frost array. A gust of cold wind blew past Qi Yanran's back and covered her figure. She completely disappeared. She entered the array. Even the head warden of the Dragon Penitentiary could not do anything about what happened next. He could only pray that Qi Yanran would come out of the frost array as soon as possible. At the very least, he hoped that she would not die in the frost array. Otherwise, how could he explain when the evil lord came knocking on his door in the future? With that being's temperament, he would probably overturn the entire Dragon Island without saying a word. The head warden had no doubt that Li Zongjio could do such a thing. I heard from Long Ji that the reason why the evil lord came to Dragon Island and caused trouble for the Devouring Yuan clan was because the Devouring Yuan clan injured the evil lord's wife, said the second warden. Although they were very angry about the fact that Li Zongjio had a dragon soul, they were still very angry. But there was nothing he could do. His strength was too strong, and there was no way he could compete with him. Therefore, the ancestral behest was thrown to the back of his mind. He could not sacrifice the lives of the entire dragon clan on Dragon Island just because of the ancestral behest. After all, wasn't the ancestral behest set up to better protect the dragon clan? If he did that, it would definitely bring disaster to Dragon Island. This was probably what the ancestors of the dragon clan did not want to see. The main reason was that Long Ji often came to report. She said that Li Zongjio's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and that he was no longer competitive. During this process, he no longer had the mentality to catch up. Yes, who would have thought that there would be such a rare genius in the human clan? At least for now, it seemed that it was the right choice to let Long Ji go down and establish a friendly relationship with Li Zongjio. If anything happened, Long Ji would be there to ease the tension between them. Then the matter would naturally be resolved. There was no need to start a fight right from the start. This time, when he fought with Qi Yanran, he also found out. Qi Yanran alone was enough to beat the entire Dragon Island. If the evil lord himself came, how powerful would he be? Just the thought of it made him sweat profusely. Time flew. The two wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary were also guarding outside the glacier, but Qi Yanran seemed to have disappeared directly. He didn't see anyone in front of him. He should have entered a secret realm. In other words, it was another independent space. That was the only way he could disappear in the blink of an eye. No wonder the Ice Blast Dragon didn't show up when the Dragon Island had such a big change. It was because the Ice Blast Dragon was actually sealed in another space, and the Dragon Island was just an entrance. Just as the two of them were waiting, suddenly a loud boom was heard. Someone seemed to have fallen behind him. The two of them turned around and saw the third warden of the Draconic Penitentiary thrown to the ground. Boom! Third brother, who beat you up like this? The two of them saw the bruises on the third brother's face. He must have been beaten up. Who was so arrogant? The two of them were about to fly into a rage. Tell me quickly. I'll take the dragon tribe to destroy his whole family. The hot-tempered second warden roared. He couldn't wait to avenge the third brother. It's me. A man's voice was heard. When the first warden and second warden of the Draconic Penitentiary heard the voice, they felt as if someone had poked their spines. Instantly, they stood up straight. When they turned around, they saw Li Zongjio with a calm face and a small black hammer in his hand. Evil Lord, Lord Evil Sovereign, it's been a long time since we last met. I was just speaking casually just now. The second warden said hurriedly and kicked the third brother at the same time. He knew that this big devil was here, but he didn't even greet him. Instead, he was still pretending. Where's my woman? Li Zongjio asked calmly. When he arrived, Li Zongjio didn't find anyone else. He went straight to the third warden and beat him up without saying a word. Then the third warden obediently brought Li Zongjio here. Is it Her Highness Qi Yanran? She entered the Grand Frost Formation yesterday to look for the colossal frost dragon. The first warden reacted quickly. He said directly. After all, looking at Li Zongjio's appearance, he seemed to be very anxious. At this time, if he was half a beat slower, something might happen. Li Zongjio turned around and looked at the glacier in front of him. With Li Zongjio's cultivation, of course, he could see the spirit boundary on the glacier in front of him at a glance. What's the matter with the frost dragon? Li Zongjio was already a little impatient. Why are you so wishy-washy when I ask you to do something? You can't even do something small. Now, this frost dragon dared to act like a big shot in front of him. Come out when I ask you to. You even dare to do these things. When I catch you, I'll definitely give you a good beating. You ice blast WIRM. The head warden quickly explained the frost dragon's story to him. Li Zongjio sneered after hearing it. Not to mention the intensity of the fire below. As long as I, evil lord, call you, you have to fucking show up. Don't act like a big shot here. I'd like to see what's so great about this frost dragon that you have to break the formation to come out. Li Zongjio immediately leaped into the air. The 10,000 dragon hammer in his hand summoned the heavenly thunder. Instantly, it blasted towards the bottom of the glacier. The glacier in front of him also exploded in an instant. The 3 wardens of the dragon prison also saw Li Zongjio's terrifying attack. The thunder and lightning he summoned just now could easily smash them into pieces. In fact, the 3 wardens of the dragon prison were only in the absolute saint realm. But Li Zongjio had already entered the higher heaven realm. His cultivation was even higher than Qi Yanran's. Qi Yanran, who was only in the higher heaven realm, was able to smash a dragon, let alone Li Zongjio. This time his attack was even more earth-shattering. The terrifying power that erupted from his attack also made the 3 wardens gasp in amazement. If such power fell on them, they would be shattered into pieces. Just like this glacier, he would be blasted into pieces. He really had no temper at all. The 3 wardens were also extremely shocked in each other's eyes. At least when they were fighting against Qi Yanran, they still had the mentality to fight. But when facing Li Zongjio, they had no such mentality at all. They couldn't even muster up the will to resist. In front of such a peak-level expert, the great power displayed by him had convinced everyone. Li Zongjio's power was enough to repel the power of the spirit formation and prevent it from absorbing him. After all, the strength of the person who set up the spirit formation was not much stronger than Li Zongjio. If you still don't show up, then come again. Li Zongjio blasted down several more thunderbolts in a row and furiously struck down. Rumble! The sound of continuous explosions rose and fell one after another. Above the entire glacier, there seemed to be many forces that were erupting one after another. Such a terrifying momentum was like a giant beast crashing through the thick and solid ice. But this power was created by Li Zongjio. It was as if a giant was holding an ice hammer in its hand and was easily smashing the ice in front of it into pieces. The whole process was extremely easy. The glacier in front of them was all shattered by Li Zongjio. After that, the 3 wardens retreated one after another. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them, and they were also forced to retreat by the cold air released by the dragon. If the frost dragon really wanted to speak, it was almost the real ancestor of the dragon clan. It was the group that created the dragon island. Later on, the frost dragon went into hiding. It would only appear when the dragon clan was truly facing a calamity. As for the so-called Great Frost Array, it was just an excuse to not let others disturb it. Was that why he had set up such a barrier on the glacier as well? Unless you could defeat the frost dragon, it would be difficult for you to rush out of the Great Frost Array. Li Zongjio naturally saw through all this. What a bullshit array. After I teach you a lesson, I'll let you tell me about this Great Frost Array. Boom! Li Zongjio blasted the glacier into smithereens. The other party still didn't appear. Li Zongjio summoned the chaotic origin bell. It absorbed the power of the magma from the 5 volcanoes. All of them were poured out directly from the ground. Boom! The magma immediately fell towards the bottom of the glacier, turning the frozen glacier into a land of blazing magma. Immediately, a giant beast from ancient times seemed to open its eyes in the depths of the glacier. In an instant, a ferocious and ancient aura was awakened. Immediately, an earth-shattering aura swept out. Boom! The surging power was released without stopping. With the appearance of the cold air, the power of the magma from the 5 volcanoes was easily extinguished. The 3 wardens opened their eyes wide. judging from the situation. It seemed that the frost dragon was about to appear. Chapter 1579. Then the 1,000-mile-long glacier surged up. All the ice cubes were sent flying. The cold air that had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years was released from the bottom of the glacier. Boom! A gust of cold air instantly erupted. Then a frost dragon claw suddenly reached out from the bottom of the glacier. Just this claw alone was already as big as a mountain. It was as if a 1,000-feet tall mountain was just a small stone in the hands of the latter. The three wardens also widened their eyes. A powerful existence from the same era as the elder ancestor. Now it was finally going to be awakened. Last time, when the evil dragon god wreaked havoc on Dragon Island, this elder ancestor did not wake up. Now, under the pressure of Li Zhongjiu's powerful strength, it was finally going to appear. To them, it was naturally a very exciting thing. They just watched it happen. Li Zhongjiu also stood in the air. He stared at the scene below. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu looked. His eyes also saw through the entire appearance of the frost dragon at the bottom of the glacier. Athosky's body was at least 100,000 meters long. 100,000 meters. That was a full 200 miles. This glacier that was 10,000 miles long. To the ice blast WRM, it was just a slightly made bed. Under such an environment, it had been frozen for so long. This was normal. If such a big guy were to take action, it would really destroy the topography of the Dragon Island with just a casual stomp. Li Zhongjiu looked at the real giant beast that appeared. Among all the giant beasts that Li Zhongjiu had seen, there was only one that was comparable to this frost dragon in front of him, and only one that he had never seen before, the chaotic world demon monkey. Back then, Li Zhongjiu had only seen one of its hands. It easily captured the beast god temple. The beast god temple was huge, but in the hands of the latter, it was like a small wooden stick. But in terms of size, who was stronger, they would only know after a real comparison. Innate level 5. Li Zhongjiu took one look and determined the strength of this frost dragon. It was very precious for the dragon tribe to be able to enter the primordial realm. Among the human tribe, only Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had officially entered the primordial realm. In Li Zhongjiu's opinion, the Black Sea Overlord might be on the same level as the Ice Blast WIRM in front of him. As for how long it had existed, it was hard to determine. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't have been able to do anything to the Frost WIRM if he had the same strength as before. Unfortunately, Li Zhongjiu forcibly broke through under the pressure of the mysterious Black Soul. He endured the pain of refining the primal chaos force and made a breakthrough in his cultivation. With his current strength, now it was no longer difficult for Li Zhongjiu to deal with the Ice Blast WIRM in front of him. But after all, the Ice Blast WIRM was a real ancient giant beast. He still had to be careful when fighting with it. It was okay to defeat it, but there was still a gap between them. Li Zhongjiu stepped on the Primordius Bell. The Ice Blast WIRM's huge body woke up on the glacier. After waking up, it didn't say anything. It opened its mouth and spat out a frost force towards Li Zhongjiu. The air along the way was frozen into thick ice. Li Zhongjiu could also feel the chilling air around him. It seemed that to extinguish the fire in the Blackwater Forest, he really needed such a strong frost force. But before that, he obviously had to defeat this arrogant guy in front of him. The Chaos Bell vibrated slightly. Then a vibrating force swept out. It shattered all the cold energy that was released from below. Boom, boom, boom. The frost spat out by the Ice Blast WRM was easily shattered by Li Zhongjiu. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu had a treasure in his hands. The Ice Blast WIRM didn't hold back. With a flip of its claws, it threw countless ice cubes at Li Zhongjiu at lightning speed. Boom! The ice cubes quickly swept over. Li Zhongjiu's figure flickered, and he suddenly rushed down. He easily shattered the ice cubes with his body. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of the Ice Blast WYRM. In fact, Li Zongjiu had rich combat experience against such a giant beast. And compared to the Hydra, his speed was much slower. He was already very slow. Li Zongjiu's training in the evil dragons eyed back then could be considered to have truly displayed his formidable strength. Whoosh whoosh! In a flash, he directly approached the Ice Blast WYRM. Immediately, the Ice Blast WYRM also spat out frost, trying to freeze Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast, and he easily dodged the opponent's frost. At the same time, he went behind the Ice Blast WYRM and fiercely punched the latter's head. Boom! But the Ice Blast WYRM had been under the ice for many years. It had long formed such a strong and sturdy ice armor. The ice armor blocked Li Zongjiu's punch. Suddenly, the aura around the Ice Blast WYRM kept flowing, forming an extremely strong frost current. Like a frost tornado, it wrapped Li Zongjiu in it. Immediately, Li Zongjiu couldn't escape. He was swept up by this frost tornado to a height of 10,000 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Li Zongjiu received the power of thunder. In an instant, he fell down. The power of thunder instantly spread all over the Ice Blast WYRM's body. In the distance, the 3 wardens of the draconic prison were stunned. They stared at the battle in front of them with their mouths agape. To them, it was simply too shocking. His cultivation was too strong. He could split heaven and earth at the slightest move. From the looks of it, it seemed that their Frost Dragon Patriarch was the one at a disadvantage. After a series of battles, the Ice Blast WYRM ancestor was forced to retreat again and again. At the same time, the Ice Blast WYRM ancestor was almost in a passive state. It could only rely on its big moves to force Li Zongjiu away. But in just a few seconds, it was already close to the Ice Blast WYRM ancestor again, and then gave it a beating. In terms of strength, if the Ice Blast WYRM wanted to defeat the 3 wardens of the draconic prison, it was just a matter of a slap. However, Li Zongjiu was able to force the Ice Blast WYRM ancestor into such a state, which was indeed amazing. In fact, Ancestor Frost is already very powerful. The 3 wardens of draconic prison were also discussing the battle. Surprisingly, they were also analyzing the situation in front of them. At the same time, they were gloating over Ancestor Frost's misfortune. With regards to Li Zongjiu's strength, they were now completely convinced. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu did not have the hobby of unifying the world. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would definitely be enslaved by Li Zongjiu. But in fact, this matter was also Ancestor Frost's fault. She didn't say anything before they started fighting. At least, she should have asked what was going on. It was only a matter of time before Li Zongjiu took down the Ice Blast WYRM. The Ice Blast WYRM was from the Dragon Clan. It was also very resistant to beatings, so now it could barely compete with Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu was bound to find his opponent's weakness. In fact, if Li Zongjiu took the unparalleled sword, then it would be much easier to destroy the Ice Blast WYRM. But since the Ice Blast WYRM wanted to put up a desperate struggle, Li Zongjiu would give it a good beating. Just when the 2 top experts were fighting, suddenly a sharp sword aura was felt. Suddenly it was released from the space. As if the space in front of them had been broken, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Qi Yanran, who was holding the bluebird sword. What? The Great Frost Formation was broken? It was broken? Oh my god! The Great Frost Formation had existed on Dragon Island for a long time. Many people even wanted to break the formation to obtain the inheritance of the Ice Blast WYRM. But obviously, none of these dragons succeeded. Therefore, the Great Frost Formation had become one of the most difficult challenges. For tens of thousands of years, no one could break it. But now it was finally broken, and the one who did it was a human. The 3 wardens were dumbfounded once again. Yanran. Li Zongjiu saw Qi Yanran appear in front of him and scathed and immediately shouted in surprise. However, Qi Yanran did not expect to see Li Zongjiu after breaking the formation. She thought she was dreaming. Zongjiu, you are okay. In fact, Qi Yanran was burning with anxiety. She wanted to solve the fire crisis quickly, then find Li Zongjiu and rescue Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu had been in danger for too long. The longer he stayed, the more dangerous it was. For some reason, Wan Yulan's strength had suddenly become so strong. It was difficult for Qi Yanran to be a match for her. This mysterious fire was bound to bring misery to the people. Therefore, Qi Yanran chose to solve the crisis of the flame first. But she was trapped in the Great Frost Formation for a whole day. Fortunately, she managed to kill her way out in the end. Qi Yanran was surprised to see Li Zongjiu in front of her. I know all about it. You silly girl. Your man still has the ability to protect himself. Next time, don't take such a risk. Li Zongjiu was naturally very worried about Qi Yanran's safety. It was better to let Li Zongjiu face such a dangerous situation by himself. Naturally, Qi Yanran did not need to take the risk. I am worried about you. Chapter 1580. In front of the Frost Dragon and the others, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were flirting in front of them in broad daylight. It was a public display of affection. They didn't even have the face to watch. The Frost Dragon had been sealed in ice for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if they fell in love under such circumstances, they still had to see the two of them flirting here. Therefore, they burst out at once. Immediately, a terrifying storm of ice cones flew toward Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. Swoosh! Swoosh! Let's get this guy down first. Swoosh! Swoosh! Li Zongjiu said. Qi Yanran nodded. She just needed to listen to Li Zongjiu. She didn't need to worry about anything else. The three wardens of the dragon prison couldn't help but walk toward the distance. Previously, Li Zongjiu had already beaten the Frost Dragon into a disadvantageous position. Now, another expert had arrived. Moreover, this expert was capable of splitting apart the Great Frost Array. The Frost WIRM would not stand a chance against the two of them at the same time. Obviously, for the Frost Dragon, it even felt like it was overestimating its own strength. A strong pressure came at it instantly. 1 against 2. And the two of them were not weaker than it. The Frost WIRM could only take a beating. Qi Yanran kept releasing sword energy from her hand. The blue bird sword directly gathered the power of the blue bird platform. At this moment, it completely burst out, turning into rays of blue light and blasted forward. The Frost Dragon unleashed countless frost shields. Under the situation of layers of accumulation, they wanted to resist this power. Bang! 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 When the blue light sword energy broke through the countless shields, Li Zongjiu also quickly attacked. Boom! He punched out. Berserk chaotic energy burst out from his fist and swept out in a frenzy. Rumble! One of the Frost WIRM's teeth was instantly sent flying by the power of the chaotic force. Immediately, the Frost Dragon fell backward. Li Zongjiu and Yi Ziqin instantly approached the Frost Dragon. Should we continue? Li Zongjiu and his wife had already arrived on top of the Frost Dragon's head. The Primordius Bell also hung behind him. The Frost WIRM had already experienced the coordination between the Primordial Bell and the Blue Bird Sword. Immediately, the Frost WIRM transformed. It turned into an old man wearing a crystal white robe. Aren't you two young humans going too far? I'm an ancestor of the Dragon Clan, after all. How dare you beat me up like this? Who is your master? The Frost Dragon transformed into its human form and scolded Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. When it saw Li Zongjiu's expression change, the Frost Dragon changed its tone. Cough, cough, I'm Shen Shuang. Since you have broken the Great Frost Formation, I will reluctantly accept you as my disciples." Xian Shuang wanted to save his face very much. Although he was defeated by Li Zongjiu, he still wanted to save his face, especially when he saw that the three juniors were also watching. "Seems like you still want to be beaten up?" Seeing Xian Shuang's reaction, Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Xian Shuang didn't want to be beaten up enough. Cough, cough. Young people nowadays are so violent. Xian Shuang waved his hand. He didn't want to continue. These two young people were too good at fighting. Even his old bones couldn't stand it. "I'm more than 100,000 years old. It's ridiculous to fight with you, young people, all day long. We are all civilized people. Let's talk nicely." Qi Yanran didn't expect that this Frost WYRM would have such an old man's character. Where did the arrogant and furious Frost WYRM go? Now it appeared in such a way. Naturally, Qi Yanran was quite surprised. "Cut the crap. Come with me and do something for me," Li Zongjiu said. Since the Frost Dragon didn't want to continue the fight, he would let him go for the time being. Obviously, it would be humiliating for the Frost Dragon. If he followed Xian Shuang's order, he would really lose face. However, he was under the pressure of Li Zongjiu and Xian Shuang's fists. It was not easy to fight against them, but he had to be careful. "Well, if you want to help me, although I can't defeat you if you want me to do it willingly, you need to show me some sincerity." "Okay, we'll show you some sincerity. Watch it," Li Zongjiu said directly. Qi Yanran naturally knew what Li Zongjiu meant. The two of them pretended to continue the fight. Xian Shuang waved his hand. It was always Li Zongjiu who was the one who tricked others. So far, no one could trick Li Zongjiu. Apparently, Xian Shuang had overestimated herself a little. He didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would be so straightforward, and he didn't care about his face at all. However, this was also under the Frost WYRM's persuasion. Li Zongjiu also looked at the other party's age and gave him some face. Xian Shuang held his head high and walked to the three wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary. "Which generation are you from?" Xian Shuang said indifferently. At the same time, he released a stream of majesty. In front of these juniors, he had an absolute suppression. He was beaten up by Li Zongjiu and Xian Shuang. Now he had to get back at these juniors. After all, he had been asleep for such a long time. He was beaten up as soon as he woke up. No one would be able to stand it. "Greetings, ancestor. We are." The three wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary hurriedly lowered their heads and saluted. They knew that this big boss was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to offend her. "Nonsense. All right. Since I'm your ancestor, I'll check if your strength has improved. I'll see what realm you've reached. Come on, let's see what you can do." The three wardens of the Draconic Penitentiary had never expected that the first thing Ancestor Xian Shuang would do after showing up was to vent her anger on them. The three wardens were the most difficult to deal with. They had never thought that they would end up like this. They had just been beaten up by Li Zongjiu, and now there was another one. Wasn't he too pitiful? After a while, the three of them were also sealed in ice. They were thrown aside. Finally, Xian Shuang vented her anger on the three of them. She looked happy and full of energy. She said goodbye to Li Zongjiu and Xian Shuang, then flew out of the Dragon Island. "Since you want to put out the fire, I'll summon the rest of the ice dragons here." Now the ice dragons had been revived. Naturally, it was necessary to revitalize the power of the ice dragons. No matter what, they couldn't be as weak as they were before. They had to rise again. However, Xian Shuang came to the Dragon Island and roared. In the end, there were only 6 of them. What? The ice dragons, only have this little army left? Obviously, the 6 ice dragons in front of her were miserable. They were like the hair of a bald man, pitifully few. How could they be so miserable with this little bloodline? "Ancestor, we've had a hard time all these years. Enough. Let's go." Let's go. Li Zongjiu looked at the time. If he delayed any longer, the fire would definitely grow even more ferocious. If it started burning, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. If you can extinguish it earlier, then it would be best if you let me have it. Not only that, but they also had to find the one who set the fire. Li Zongjiu would never allow these people to do whatever they wanted in his territory. The fire alone had brought danger to the Luoxia city. They had to get rid of this danger. The one who set the fire behind the scenes was the real source. Although the 6 ice dragons in front of them were pitifully few, they were at least a top force. Li Zongjiu took these people and flew down. However, Li Zongjiu was too fast. In just a short time they disappeared. Xian Shuang and the others naturally chased after them. They had already fought with Li Zongjiu. Since they had agreed to help Li Zongjiu, Xian Shuang would do it. Otherwise, the world was only so big. Where could they escape to? One day, Li Zongjiu would find them. At that time, no one would be happy about it. Since their cultivation had reached this level, there was nothing to hide. If you helped me today, you might have to beg me to help you tomorrow. As long as there was no deep hatred, they would get along peacefully. After all, it was lonely at the top. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to be alone in this world. The Frost Dragon understood this very well. He didn't have much lifespan left. It was fate that he could be awakened by Li Zongjiu at this time. In the future, Dragon Island might need Li Zongjiu and his wife to take care of it. The fire in the Blackwater Forest was spreading. It had even reached less than 50 miles away from the Luoxia city. Under such circumstances, just the blazing fire in front of them. The flying boat in front of them was already in a state of high temperature. It would burn at any time. We can't hold it anymore. We have to evacuate. If it goes on like this, the origin energy thruster will explode. Nangong Wuji said. Chapter 1581. Of course, the origin energy thruster in his hand had been modified and could withstand high temperature. However, the external temperature and the internal temperature could easily cause damage to the origin energy thruster. In this way, it would be very dangerous. If 1 or 2 of them exploded, it wouldn't matter. However, if there were a series of explosions, the Luoxia city would fall from the sky. Once it fell, more than 90% of the people in the Luoxia city would die. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible while they still had enough energy to move. Okay, let's retreat 100 miles first. Li Tianqing said. There was no other way now. After all, the speed of the flames was too fast. Now, the entire sky had turned crimson red. When they looked at the sky, they felt like they were in hell. Even the people in the city began to panic. They were like pigs placed at the edge of a volcano. If they were pushed down, they would become roasted suckling pigs. Therefore, they had to leave as soon as possible. Fortunately, the Luoxia city had completed the plan of the Sky City. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to move such a big city, even if this person could be moved away. However, it was impossible to move the city. Most likely, they would be incinerated completely, and their memories of the past would no longer exist. Nangong Wuji nodded in agreement. Considering the lifespan and usage of the origin energy thruster, they had to move it in advance. If it exploded, the 50,000 origin energy thrusters would be equivalent to 50,000 bombs. It would directly blow up the Luoxia city. Nothing would be left. However, just as Nangong Wuji and his people were about to modify the origin energy thruster, in other words, by adding a force in the opposite direction on the opposite wall, it would be able to propel the city into flight. However, before they had time to do it, then he saw a figure appear on the horizon. Hu Wushuang was originally on the city wall, observing the situation. If the situation worsened, she would take action in time to stabilize the situation. Suddenly, a voice appeared. It surprised Hu Wushuang. Li Zongjiu is back, Hu Wushuang said. Her tone was quite calm. At least, there was no fluctuation in her voice. Where is he? Qing Shilong didn't see it either. When they saw it, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were already on the city wall. Wu Shuang, yours? Why did your hair change color? Qi Yanran saw that the color of Wu Shuang's hair had turned into ice blue, which made her look even colder, because of the heart of the Jade Sea. Wu Shuang also displayed the unparalleled sword, the heart of the Azure Sea. What a beautiful gem! When Qi Yanran saw the heart of the Jade Sea, she couldn't take her eyes off it. After all, the gem was too beautiful. I think so too. I've never seen such a beautiful gem. The two women then began to discuss the stone. Isn't this the dojo master? Nangong Wuji shouted. Now that Li Zongjiu's strength and status were different, even though he didn't mind it for a long time, it wouldn't be good for him to continue addressing someone else by name. Even Nangong Wuji couldn't bear the consequences. Therefore, he addressed Nangong Wuji as the dojo master. After all, Li Zongjiu was the owner of the White Deer Mansion. Although they rarely showed up, it was very real. No one could shake Li Zongjiu's position. Nangong, you're here too. There's no need to move. Let's put out the fire today. Li Zongjiu said. Go and call my father and the others here. Li Zongjiu said to a city guard next to him. Even though they were in such a scorching hot environment, they were still wearing their heavy armor. The ice cubes next to them would soon turn into a pile of boiling water. After a while, Li Tianqing and the others arrived. After all, they were always paying attention to this kind of thing. Originally, if the city was to be moved, it should be in a safe place. As a supreme being, Li Tianqing didn't care so much. He just happened to see Li Zongjiu coming. When he saw that Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran were both safe and sound, Li Tianqing was very happy. No matter when, as long as the family was happy together, it was naturally the best result. Moreover, these two little ones were so capable. Even this pair was praised and spread by many people. They were called good examples to learn from. Naturally, it made people very envious. Sister Yanran. Wan Yulan also appeared and greeted Qi Yanran when she saw her. On the way, Li Zongjiu also told Qi Yanran what happened before. Qi Yanran was not a petty person. Moreover, this was not Wan Yulan's fault. It was the mysterious black soul expert who took control of Wan Yulan's body. You've recovered too. That's great. You don't have to take the previous fight to heart. Qi Yanran said. Wan Yulan also nodded desperately. After all, if this happened to anyone, they would feel guilty. Now that everyone was fine, this was the best result. Several people exchanged greetings. Lu Yao was also watching from afar, but she didn't go forward. Now Li Zongjiu was accompanied by so many beauties. It was meaningless for her to go forward. As long as Li Zongjiu still remembered her as a friend, it was enough. So now, naturally, she wouldn't go forward to participate in anything. Did you really bring the Frost WYRM here? Qing Shilong was also a member of Dragon Island. Later on, he pledged his allegiance to Li Zongjiu. Unexpectedly, this was also a rather fortunate thing. With this opportunity, Qing Shilong was now living a carefree life. Every day he ate, drank, slept, and went wherever he wanted to play. Li Zongjiu didn't have time to care about him. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zongjiu. Obviously, they wanted to know whether this matter was successful or not. However, they also thought about it. In this world, there seemed to be nothing that Li Zongjiu couldn't do. Even Li Zongjiu didn't need to answer them. Suddenly, a gust of cold air burst out from the horizon. They didn't even see the person who flew over, but they already felt the cold air of the other party approaching. Boom! The frost dragon's body stretched for 100,000 miles. It proudly displayed itself in front of everyone. His attitude caused everyone to be shocked. Even from afar, he was the first to feel a cooling sensation. Even Luoxia City hadn't felt such a cool and refreshing feeling for a long time. That is really the legendary frost dragon. The world only knew that there was a very powerful frost dragon on this dragon island. However, in Qin Shi Huang's memory, even on this dragon island, this frost dragon was a legendary existence. None of the dragons had ever truly seen this frost dragon, because this was an existence of the same level as the ancestor who built this dragon island. Therefore, when Qin Shi Huang saw the appearance of the frost dragon, he wanted to kneel. He even wanted to kneel down. This was simply a miracle. To think that he would have the fortune of 3 lifetimes to see this legendary frost WYRM. When the frost dragon arrived, he already knew what Li Zongjiu wanted him to do. He was a dignified frost dragon, but Li Zongjiu actually treated him as a tool to extinguish fire. This was really too embarrassing. However, on account of the fact that this was to save the people of the world, he let go of this matter in his heart and directly let go of his position. The main thing was that if he didn't go, he was worried that Li Zongjiu would beat him up. Chapter 1582. The frost dragon's huge body directly spread its wings, spraying cold air around the flames. In fact, this was equivalent to a dragon's breath. Under the dragon's breath, it was not an exaggeration to be able to create thousands of miles of ice. Moreover, the frost dragon's breath was very effective. It directly extinguished the flames below. It actually directly froze the flames. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to block it. Such ferocious and powerful flames were finally extinguished by the ice blast WYRM today, and the frost dragon's dragon breath came down. It directly extinguished the flames within dozens of miles. The effect was extremely significant. After Li Tianqing and the others saw it, they all felt a very exciting feeling. It was really shocking. Sure enough, they still had to find the right medicine for the illness. With the frost dragon's breath, it was enough to make up for all the efforts they had put in these days. Boom! The frost condensed. Everyone was also dumbfounded. They looked at the spectacular scene of the flames being extinguished in front of them in amazement. It's too powerful. Lu Yao could not help but say, after all, they had experienced the power of the flames before, and knew the power of the flames. At this moment, the mighty power of the Ice Blast WYRM had left a deep impression in their hearts. Yes, it's really awesome. Look, there are a few little dragons over there. The little dragons that they were talking about. They were all bona fide ice-type dragons, although their strength was not as powerful as the frost dragon ancestor. But behind them, the 6 dragons working together were also able to extinguish some of the flames. After all, there would always be something that they missed. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. However, Li Zongjiu's eyes became serious at this moment, because at this moment, Li Zongjiu could also feel that in the center of the flames, there was a power awakening. He looked at Qi Yanran. Obviously, Qi Yanran also sensed the existence of the other party. Let's go! Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran rushed in the direction of the center. The unparalleled sword naturally followed. As for the others, they naturally stayed in the city to observe the situation. This matter was not necessarily easy. For the time being, they did not know the strength of their opponents. If they really fought, they would most likely be at a disadvantage. Li Zongjiu could feel the strength of his opponent. The frost WYRM also sensed it. Xian Shuang could feel that a power was waking up. The surrounding flames were also released by this power. Moreover, the other party had only casually released a little of it, and had already brewed such a tragic scene of a volcano. If he truly awakened, what kind of terrifying power would he possess? Therefore, after circling the area a few times, the frost dragons finally stopped. He stopped in his tracks. His eyes were fixed ahead. At this moment, in the heart of the Blackwater Forest, there seemed to be an area of fire with a radius of about 20 miles. In this environment, the power of the fire seemed to be stronger than the fire he had extinguished before. Nothing could be seen except for the endless flames. It was like a fireball that was half buried underground. Just the half-exposed surface of the ground had already formed a rather terrifying power. "You all retreat." Xian Shuang could feel the power of the other party, so he immediately ordered the frost dragons to retreat. If they fought later, they might be at a disadvantage. These little guys were not strong enough to withstand many attacks. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran had also arrived. "What's going on?" Li Zongjiu asked. Xian Shuang also transformed into a human. "I should ask you, what's going on? I guess the person down there is not easy to deal with." Xian Shuang also frowned. Obviously, the person down there was very powerful. If they fought with him, they would obviously be at a disadvantage. What era was this? Was it the dance of gods and demons? For Xian Shuang, it was quite troublesome. She had just woken up and had slept for more than 100,000 years. Now she was in the world after 100,000 years. Shouldn't she be at the top? Did they exist? Why did she encounter threats one after another? They were all very terrifying. This made the frost dragons speechless. "They are from the upper world," Qi Yanran said. She then repeated what Wang Jing had told her before. Since they were both at the same level, she only needed to give a few pointers to understand the cause and effect of the incident. When Xian Shuang heard that they were from the upper world, her face instantly turned pale. Apparently, she couldn't believe it. "What? They are from the upper world?" Xian Shuang repeated. "What's the big deal? I have already caught one," Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Apparently, that mysterious black soul had also escaped from the upper world. Of course, Li Zongjiu would take action and deal with those who were causing trouble down there. If Li Zongjiu hadn't been lucky, it would have been Li Zongjiu who had been killed. Li Zongjiu also clearly felt that the person under the fireball was more powerful than the mysterious black soul. "Don't touch him first." Li Zongjiu, he didn't take action directly, because he was still a little bit scared. Mainly, if the other party was also at the primordial realm, after the fight, the movement would definitely be earth-shattering. Not to mention the black water forest. It was difficult to find a complete stone within a radius of 10,000 miles. Therefore, if Li Zongjiu wanted to fight with the other party, he had to at least move Luoxia City away first. Since the other party was under the protection of the fireball, it meant that the other party was recovering and needed time. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could take advantage of this time to find out the background of the mysterious black soul. In addition, he had to set up a formation. It would be a hindrance to the other party. In this way, at least he would be prepared and wouldn't let the other party be too arrogant. More or less, he could be prepared. Therefore, Li Zongjiu retreated temporarily. He didn't fight with the other party down there. Instead, he went back to make some arrangements. At least the other party had already felt the icy power outside, so he was quickly withdrawing the power he had released. In the end, it directly formed the range of 20 miles. He had to move Luoxia City away. "I think so too. We should find some helpers, quickly. Otherwise, this guy will be very difficult to deal with." Xian Shuang said based on her intuition. If they really fought, she really didn't have the confidence. It was better to stabilize first. Qi Yanran naturally listened to Li Zongjiu. The three of them directly returned to the city wall of Luoxia City. When everyone saw the white-robed old man in front of them, their eyes lit up. When Li Zongjiu and Xian Shuang went out, they didn't see the old man. Now the old man appeared and the frost dragon also disappeared. Didn't this prove the old man's identity? "This is the frost dragon, just now. What's your name?" Li Zongjiu turned around and asked. "I'm Xian Shuang. You can call me Lord Xian Shuang." He didn't know where Xian Shuang was so thick-skinned. She was really thick-skinned enough to ask others to call her Lord. At this moment, the 6 frost dragons had also turned into humans and landed on the city wall, right behind ancestor Xian Shuang. Li Tianqing and the others naturally had to thank Xian Shuang. If it weren't for Xian Shuang, not only Luoxia City, but also the surrounding cities would have been finished. If the fire burned directly, who knew how many people would have died and how many people wouldn't have been able to escape in time? In fact, this flame would probably cause a huge loss to the city. Li Tianqing and the others cupped their hands to Xian Shuang. Lord Xian Shuang, thank you for your help. At this moment, Xian Shuang also felt that his face was full of glory. The ice dragons behind her all looked over. They were quite envious of Xian Shuang, who was so proud of her. Xian Shuang? Are you Xian Shuang, one of the top 10 experts of the Dragon Clan from hundreds of thousands of years ago? The great elder of Sparrow God Palace couldn't help but ask. He didn't expect that this expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago could still be alive. Of course, this was also because of his special attribute. After all, he was of the ice attribute. As long as he could enter the frozen state, he could preserve his vitality for a long time. That was why he was able to preserve his life until now. When the surrounding people heard that he was in existence from hundreds of thousands of years ago, they all opened their eyes wide and looked at Xian Shuang in disbelief. Xian Shuang waved his hand casually. It's just a false reputation. Back then, I was only ranked 3rd in the Dragon Clan. It's not worth mentioning. Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, my cultivation has deteriorated a lot. Li Zongjio had never seen a dragon so good at bragging. Would this guy die if he didn't brag? Or was it because he was about to die so he had to continue bragging? Chapter 1583. Hearing Xian Shuang's words, the others were naturally amazed. Even Li Tianqing was like a curious baby. He wanted to see what kind of world it was hundreds of thousands of years ago from Xian Shuang's body. If it weren't for the lack of time, he would really want to stay and have a good chat. You are from the Heavenly Sparrow clan, right? Back then, your peacock ancestor was also very powerful. His strength was not inferior to mine. Xian Shuang looked at the elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace and said, when Qi Yanran used the bluebird sword, he already knew her identity. The other party's strength was indeed that strong. However, Xian Shuang was indeed bragging. Back then, the peacock ancestor could beat 10 of him without a problem. It just so happened that the peacock ancestor was already dead for more than 100,000 years. Anyway, it was certain that no one would be able to expose this bullshit. Unless someone could go back hundreds of thousands of years and verify the peacock ancestor's bragging. That's not right. My inheritance told me that the peacock ancestor once fought against the top 10 experts of the Dragon Clan alone. He wasn't at a disadvantage. Qi Yanran stood out and said, how could she let Xian Shuang slander this kind of thing? After all, Qi Yanran had also received the inheritance of the peacock great immortal. The records in the Bluebird platform were quite rich. At least Qi Yanran was also a member of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Of course, she had to clear the name of the Sparrow Divine Palace. Ahem, that was from the previous batch. I was one of the top 10 experts of the second batch. Xian Shuang's old face turned red. Then he casually said a few words in an attempt to gloss over this matter. At this moment, Li Zongjio also stood out and interrupted the idle chatter. Father, the fireball in the Blackwater forest came from an expert. We don't know whether he is an enemy or a friend. Let's move Luoxia City first. After hearing this, Li Tianqing also remembered. By the way, there was this information 2 days ago. Take a good look. Li Tianqing handed Li Zongjio a shadow recording stone. This stone could record light and shadow, as well as some images and information. Li Zongjio opened the shadow recording stone. This scene came from Binhai City. What was displayed was the scene of a black sea and a fireball clashing against each other. Anyone who saw this scene would feel very puzzled, because there wasn't even a single person in sight. However, Li Zongjio could tell at a glance. The person who had attacked was the Black Sea Overlord. The other person was the owner of the fireball in front of him. Although neither of them had revealed their true bodies, It was clear that the Black Sea Overlord was stronger than the Black Sea Overlord. Yet, he was unable to kill the Black Sea Overlord. As for whether this guy was injured or not, the situation was unclear. Li Zhongjie immediately frowned. After reading it, Li Zhongjie's expression became a little more solemn. If that's the case, this fireball is an enemy. Li Zhongjie said, "The Black Sea Overlord." Qi Yanran also knew about the Black Sea Overlord. Even Hu Wushuang had appeared just now. It's indeed the power of the Black Sea Overlord. After this fireball appeared, it had killed many disciples of the Sky Sect Academy. This was enough to sentence it to death. With Li Zhongjie here, it would have no way to survive. I have to kill you. This, although I didn't see it clearly no matter how I look at it, this is too strong. Xian Shuang couldn't help but say. Even in existence, like Xian Shuang was afraid. It was obvious that its strength was at least at innate level 9. However, in Li Zhongjie's opinion, to be able to escape from the Black Sea Overlord, it had to be at least at the Celestial Realm. Even if it wasn't at the Celestial Realm, it had to be an innate realm expert with certain means. So serious? Li Tianqing also frowned and looked at Li Zhongjie. It's quite serious, Li Zhongjie said. Even the fearless evil lord said that this matter was very serious. Then, it must be very serious. Quick, let's move. Let's move Luoxia City directly. Where should we move to? According to the previous plan, we'll move to somewhere near the Sacred Flame Royal City. This way, it'll be convenient for us to take care of each other. As long as the city was there, it didn't matter where they went. Moreover, the flying boat industry was gradually developing. Going anywhere was also a very simple matter, as long as you had enough money. If they were to move to the Sacred Flame Royal City, it would obviously be a huge change. For Luoxia City, it was equivalent to upgrading. If one wanted to do high-class business, he had to leave his name in Luoxia City first. That's a good idea, Li Zhongjie said. Wan Yulan also witnessed this miraculous scene. The huge city actually flew directly into the sky, and then slowly flew in the direction of the Sacred Flame Royal City. His speed also gradually increased. In the vicinity of Luoxia City, countless powerful warships could be seen flying. They were escorting Luoxia City. What's so good about this divine artifact? Our Dragon Island is many times bigger than this. Xian Shuang couldn't help but say. Obviously, in Xian Shuang's mind, Dragon Island was more powerful. She didn't see the other people's surprised eyes. However, she didn't know that Dragon Island was also a magical treasure. The city in front of them was built with this kind of advanced technology. The gap between them wasn't that simple. Of course, as a magical treasure, Dragon Island had such great power, which naturally made people envious. Wan Yulan also followed the flying Luoxia City. After all, it was her first long-distance flight. It was indeed very difficult to fly with such a huge city. Nangong Wuji and the others were also very nervous. Along the way, they were constantly observing the situation. The process was naturally very long. Even some of the commoners ran to the edge of the city wall to watch this historical scene. Under the city wall, there was a large, open space. After all, it directly raised half of the mountain. Therefore, it was already very good that they couldn't fly in such a situation. The risk wasn't high, but if you fell from the city wall, you would fall to your death. Moreover, in this high altitude, you would often encounter some chaotic airflow. The Sky Blaze Lion King and other experts were also escorting him. Therefore, the danger was actually quite small. After all, there were so many experts. Just counting the Supreme Being experts, there were no less than 10. The Sky Blaze Lion, Li Tianqing and his wife, the 3 elders of the Sparrow God Palace, Qing Shilong, Wan Yulan, and the others. No wonder Luoxia City became the king of thousands of cities. It was because of its powerful strength. Even the imperial family of the Shengyan dynasty didn't necessarily have so many experts. If there was still a problem under the supervision of so many experts, Luoxia City could be considered unlucky. They watched Luoxia City leave. With the cultivation of Li Tianqing and his wife, it was naturally not a problem. After all, the cultivation of the Supreme Being realm wasn't just for show. It was real. Li Zongjiao, Qi Yanran, and Hou Shuang were also preparing to work together to set up a formation. They also needed Xian Shuang to observe the situation of the flame. If the flame suddenly broke out, of course, they needed someone to appear in time to put out the fire. Xian Shuang was also willing to help. After all, they were all on the same continent. So, they couldn't escape. If they didn't help now, at that time, the person in the flame would appear. Li Zongjiao and the others wouldn't let Xian Shuang go. We are all in the same boat, and unless we can't settle this matter in the end, it's all right for us to go our separate ways. What formation? Qi Yanran asked. These three could be said to be the most powerful formation masters on the whole continent. It was impossible to find another one who was more powerful than them. It's best to use a water formation to deal with fire, but it's safer to use an earth formation to form a reverse state with water, Hou Wushuang said. After all, Hou Wushuang himself was of the fire attribute and had cultivated the fire attribute for so many years. Hou Wushuang also knew that to deal with water, there was a certain bottom line between them, but for an earth formation, unless the flames were many times stronger, it was basically impossible to do so. It could only be used to escape. It was also the most difficult formation to deal with. I have a formation here, the Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Formation, Li Zongjiao said at this moment. The origin of this formation was also found in the process of treasure hunting in his previous life. It should be from the tomb of Saint Martial Emperor. The reason why Li Zongjiao didn't search for treasures crazily in this life was that he didn't need to search for treasures to improve his strength quickly. And the treasures in his previous life were basically in Li Zongjiao's mind. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The Black Tortoise Heavenly Tribulation Formation. Chapter 1584. The Black Tortoise was of the water attribute. However, it also had the earth attribute, which made it an expert of the land. Furthermore, Li Zongjiao had also analyzed the Black Tortoise Sky Tribulation Array in his hands. This array formation was more than enough to deal with fire-based attacks. In addition, the array itself was very powerful. If it was used, it would definitely be able to keep this guy in check. Li Zongjiao shared the array with Qi Yanran and Hou Wushuang. After the two of them studied it for a while, they both understood that this formation was indeed very powerful. This array is so powerful that even if the three of us join forces, we may not be able to break it. Hou Wushuang thought about it for a while. She immediately said, "Indeed, this array was very powerful. However, it would take a lot of energy to set it up. Do you need my help?" Xian Shuang asked from the side, "You also know how to set up arrays?" Li Zongjiao looked at Xian Shuang and asked. Obviously, he was very curious. It seemed that this old guy was quite useful. Even though he was a person from hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was not out of touch with the current era. Haha, I'm not that talented. The frost array that this lady broke through was just set up by me hundreds of thousands of years ago. Xian Shuang said. Although he said that he was not that talented, his eyes were shining like stars. It seemed that he should be shining at this moment. That frost array is just SOO. Qi Yanran said mercilessly. After all, the great frost array didn't last long in her hands before it was completely flattened. After all, Qi Yanran also wanted to break the array. After a little research, she directly solved it. Cough, cough. No matter what, I'm still a 12th level array master. Xian Shuang said indifferently. Li Zongjiao and the others could not believe it. They did not expect the person in front of them to have such a powerful background. You even sent a level 12 array master. Look at how awesome you are. Why don't you just go to heaven? Obviously, Li Zongjiao did not expect the latter to have such an ability. However, Xian Shuang had a high awareness. At the very least, he knew everything. If they can't stop this flaming monster, then even the Dragon Island will cease to exist. They won't be able to resist this kind of threat. So basically, everyone was in the same boat. If this huge wave were to hit them, if everyone did not work together, it would be difficult for them to resist it. At this moment, even if you jump into the sea, it will be useless. No one can save you. The 4 formation masters worked together to set up this formation, guarding the 4 corners of the north, south, east, and west. After studying the materials in his hands for a while, the few of them got the hang of it very quickly. Then he began to set up the array. Fortunately, the Blackwater Overlord had injured this person before this, which gave Li Zongjiu and the others so much time. If this guy had rushed out directly, it might have caused a very dangerous situation. Just with this ability, it would be enough to make people collapse if he went around setting fire. Perhaps something had happened to him. The whole continent would be plunged into an endless sea of fire. By then, the flames that could be seen everywhere would really not be something that a mere ice blast WYRM could deal with. During this period of time, Li Zongjiu and the others had enough time to prepare. At this moment, the people in the fire certainly sensed the people who were setting up the formation outside. Of course, such a small movement could not be hidden from them. After sensing for a while, they sneered disdainfully. If you were an elephant, would you care about a trap set up by 5 ants around you? Therefore, the experts in the fire only cared about healing their injuries. At the same time, they did not dare to expose their aura. Once they were exposed, the previous expert might come to kill them. Therefore, the current situation was only temporary. First, he had to stabilize his injuries and improve his strength. If he accidentally lured that expert over again, he would probably be done for. No one would have thought that the world below was so small. It was really shocking. A group of lowly ants. How dare you touch the ground in front of me? The expert in the fire sneered. The formation set up by the other party was just a child's play in his eyes. Now he also needed time to heal his injuries. As for the thousands of miles of fire, if that was the case, it really had nothing to do with him. He didn't have the mood to care so much. He had to find an opportunity to burn down the entire forest. It was just the flames that came with it. Who knew that the things in the lower realm would be so fragile? With just a little bit of fire, such a situation had occurred. It had nothing to do with him. It was because they were too weak. Both sides were also fighting for time. At the eye of the formation, Li Zongjiu used the primordial bell to hold the formation. As long as the power of the primordial bell could be stabilized, only the strength of the primordial bell could be so strong that it could support the formation. Even if it was injured, it could still maintain a strong power. It was also filled with the power of primordial chaos. 15 days later, the embryonic form of the formation was completed. It was indeed not easy for these 4 array masters to work together to settle this matter. This showed how strong the formation was. It was suffocating. At this moment, there was a stream of primordial chi in the sky above the black water forest. It looked like a yellow tortoise shell. The sky was filled with the patterns on the turtle shell, and they looked very clear. The patterns were projected and intertwined in the sky. It almost formed a thunderous power. Seeing this, everyone was quite shocked. I kind of want to try the power of this formation. When Xian Shuang saw the black tortoise heavenly tribulation formation, she felt a little itchy. Li Zongjiu glanced at Xian Shuang. The old man's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Obviously, he must have been a warmonger when he was young. However, as time went by, the energy in his body became less and less. He was getting weaker and weaker with each passing day. How many more years can you live in this state? Li Zongjiu looked at Xian Shuang in front of him and said. However, when Xian Shuang heard Li Zongjiu's words, her heart skipped a beat. Children don't need to know about adult matters. Chapter 1585. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have the right to say that. However, Even if Li Zongjio had 3,000 years of life experience in his previous life, it would still be insufficient in front of this old dragon from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a child. However, Li Zongjio was good at alchemy. Although he tried to hide it, Li Zongjio could see through him. Your strength is less than 1/10 of your peak. You should have been in the celestial being realm when you were at your peak. I was in the heavenly dragon realm, but it's all in the past. Xian Shuang stood with her hands behind her back. She looked at the sky with melancholy in her eyes. Her heart was full of sadness and vicissitudes. It seemed that it was not a person in front of her, but a stone that had experienced thousands of years of vicissitudes. It was full of stories. At most, I don't think you have more than half a year left. Li Zongjio said. Hearing that, Xian Shuang's eyes dimmed. You have a good eye. Xian Shuang sighed. Although the dragon tribe had a long lifespan, Xian Shuang's vital essence had been exhausted after being frozen for hundreds of thousands of years. Even her cultivation in the heavenly dragon realm had been reduced to level 6 of the nascent realm. After fighting with Li Zongjio, she knew that she was no match for this young man. So, she didn't want to continue fighting with him. Just thinking about it. Just stop it. At the same time, she tried her best to help Li Zongjio because she saw Li Zongjio's potential and hope. If Li Zongjio could help, Dragon Island would at least have some protection. As a member of the dragon tribe, she certainly didn't want Dragon Island to be destroyed. She wanted to establish a good relationship with Li Zongjio. At least, Li Zongjio was quite powerful and had a good character. Since he had reached such a realm, he was either a bad person or weirdo. Good people usually didn't survive. Through observation, it was clear that Li Zongjio was not a bad person, but a strange person. His nickname was Evil Lord, so he was an evil person. It was filled with evil energy. I can save you, Li Zongjio said calmly. So what if he was an expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago? So what if he knew everything? You don't even know how to refine pills. The vitality that the pills could bring to people wasn't what they imagined. It's so simple that it's far beyond your imagination. This matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. The true meaning of the Great Path was also contained within the elixir. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, it wasn't difficult to revive someone from the dead. Regaining one's youth was even easier. Coincidentally, in his previous life, Li Zongjio's alchemy cultivation was also at this level. It was a sunny day. However, Xian Shuang felt that a bolt of lightning was striking down from the top of her head. If he heard correctly, this was Li Zongjio. What did you say? Xian Shuang heard it clearly, but after carefully analyzing the content, she couldn't stay calm. She even thought that she was hallucinating. A level 6 expert hallucinating? This is the Heaven Recovery Pill. Your cultivation is too strong, so this Heaven Recovery Pill can give you 2 more years at most. Li Zongjio gave the Heaven Recovery Pill to Xian Shuang. It was a grade 10 pill. When the effect of the foundation had reached the extreme, Li Zongjio naturally liked to do some research and explore other areas to open up his own cultivation path. Longevity. It was the ultimate goal that many people pursued. No matter what, they all wanted to live on and to live forever. Even though it wasn't too difficult for a supreme being to live up to 3,000 years old, it wasn't too difficult. However, by that time they would be old. They couldn't be like young people anymore. However, Li Zongjio was more than 3,000 years old, but his vitality was so strong that it made people feel that he was only 30 years old. That was the real power. It was because of this that Li Zongjio was called the Evil Dominator and was in an undefeatable position. Otherwise, just take a look at the martial master of the Saint Flame Dynasty's imperial family. He was only 200 years old, but he already looked so old. It was obvious that Li Zongjio was the evil lord. Just how strange was this? Heaven Recovery Pill. Oh my god, I don't even need to eat it. The vitality in it. You're an alchemist? Xian Shuang was also shocked. Even in the antiquity times, no one could make a pill that could restore vitality. Not to mention Now, these people were not as strong as they used to be. Their overall level was very low. Therefore, Xian Shuang couldn't imagine that she could meet such an alchemist. Haven't you heard of my name, Evil Lord? Of course, you can call me the god of alchemy, but I don't think it sounds good. I'm just the best alchemist in the world. You don't have to call me a god. That's so tacky. When it came to acting tough, Li Zhongjiu was definitely an expert. There were very few people who could compete with him. Xian Shuang had thought that with her thick skin, after cultivating for more than 100,000 years, she would be invincible. However, after meeting Li Zhongjiu, she realized that talent was also important. Li Zhongjiu's confident temperament, which emanated from within him, was something that outsiders would have a hard time seeing through. With just a glance, they could more or less figure it out. At least they knew that the man in front of them was truly invincible. It didn't matter to those with thick skin. As long as the pill in her hand was effective, it was fine. You're awesome. You can say whatever you want. Xian Shuang swallowed the heaven recovery pill in her hand without hesitation. Instantly, the pill in her hand turned into a flow of pure energy. It got into Xian Shuang's body. Xian Shuang refined the power. She didn't even need to refine it. The power entered her body and healed her deteriorating organs, one by one. Oh my God! This pill is so effective. It's so awesome. Xian Shuang opened her eyes wide. She gave Li Zhongjiu a thumbs up. Just do your job. You can only live for 2 more years. If you can't kill that guy, all of us can only live for half a year at most. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. The formation started to absorb energy automatically. Now, there was one more thing they needed to do. That was to properly interrogate the expert who was stuck on the tombstone. Chapter 1586. For safety's sake, the few of them decided to interrogate the ladder within the primordial bell. After all, they weren't sure what kind of means the ladder had. If they were to make any noise, this guy might be able to escape, but it was unlikely. This was because Li Zhongjiu had been monitoring the ladder all this time. As long as it was slightly repaired, Li Zhongjiu would turn his chaotic power into a long whip and whip it back and forth on the tombstone. In this way, he would exhaust his vitality. Inside the chaotic origin bell, the 4 of them showed up at the same time. They surrounded the tombstone in front of them. The mysterious black soul in the tombstone obviously sensed the appearance of Li Zhongjiu and the others. He immediately panicked. How could so many experts suddenly appear? He had seen Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran before, but he had never seen Hu Wushuang and Xian Shuang. With regards to the sudden appearance of these 2 experts, his heart also raised a bit of vigilance, especially the old man's strength, which was almost the same as Li Zhongjiu's. Just the 2 of them together was enough to make the black soul feel troubled. Sure enough, he had thought that there would be experts in the mortal world, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Supremes and Supremes could be killed with ease, but they could be easily eliminated. There was no pressure at all. However, once they reached the innate level, it would be difficult to compete with them in terms of strength. 1 or 2 of Qi Yanran's level was okay. He could withstand 2 moves. But if he reached the level of Li Zhongjiu and the white-haired old man, he would not be able to withstand it. Now the 4 of them showed up. It was obvious that they wanted to cause trouble. This made him very vigilant. What the hell? Why don't we just break the tombstone? Xian Shuang said. Sure. I think this guy doesn't want to show up. Zhao Kaishan took out the 10,000 dragon hammer. The black hammer was full of explosive power. Once released, it would be fierce. Xian Shuang also had a treasured saber with cold air. Under normal circumstances, Xian Shuang did not need a weapon. However, this kind of formation required it. Hence, he also found a cold iron saber. He was prepared to hack the tombstone in front of him to death. Immediately, Xian Shuang moved as well. He even gestured in front of the tombstone. The powerful blue bird sword appeared in Qi Yanran's hand. Hu Wushuang naturally used the peerless sword. But this time, the power of the peerless sword was clearly enough to make the latter wary. The power of ice and fire gathered on it. If it exploded, the power it displayed would be very strong. In Xian Shuang's eyes, the matchless sword was already very strong. However, for the time being, he did not have the ability to unleash the full might of the unparalleled sword. Even Li Zongjio was unable to display the full power of the peerless sword. The current peerless sword was too strong. It was truly shocking. All right, what do you want? Can you give me a way out? The soul of the tombstone, finally, could not bear the pressure anymore. He could not bear the fact that he was about to be smashed into pieces. If I were in my prime, I would not allow you to be so presumptuous here. The soul of the tombstone said. Initially, he thought that he could at least live a carefree life in this lower realm. However, he was targeted by Li Zongjio and the others the moment he arrived. In the end, he ended up in such a state. This made him quite surprised. It had completely disrupted his plan. The soul of the tombstone was in a dilemma. What should he do? Now that he saw the four of them, he realized something was wrong. With their strength, none of them were easy to deal with. The soul of the tombstone could not bear the pressure and spoke. However, Li Zongjio and the others still acted according to the original plan. They directly attacked and smashed the tombstone, even though the tombstone was indestructible. However, Li Zongjio and the others still smashed it with all their strength. It was quite exciting. Naturally, the tombstone could not withstand such an attack. When the soul of the tombstone floated in the air and lost its only resistance, it was like a naked girl in front of everyone. No, you bunch of beasts, you actually destroyed my hiding place. The black soul suddenly roared in pain. It was really unable to accept such a blow. Cut the crap. Tell me your background. What exactly is the situation? Why did you come to the lower realms? If there is even a single sentence that I don't like to hear, and I suspect you, I alone will not be able to completely eliminate you. But how long can you last with the four of us working together? Li Zongjio sneered, although the black soul was obviously very unhappy. However, it was a matter of life and death now. The other party was an expert from the lower world. Those who could cultivate to such a level were basically not easy to deal with. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, it was clear that admitting defeat was the only way out. Otherwise, he would really be killed. If you want to ask questions, just ask questions. Why did you break my tombstone? The black soul muttered. Then, the black soul began to transform as well. Sai, how should I put this? It's like this. Actually, you guys are in big trouble. The black soul said indifferently. I'm a tombstone in the Xiantian mausoleum. You may not know the Xiantian emperor, but in the heaven realm, the Xiantian emperor is a real top expert. There are countless treasures and secret books in the Xiantian emperor's mausoleum and 5 macro worlds. Of course, this has nothing to do with you, the black soul said. Then he saw that Li Zongjio seemed to be ready to attack, so he immediately waved his hand. Young man, don't be impulsive. As for why I came to the lower world, actually I'm also very confused, because suddenly there was a hole next to me and then I was sucked down. If it weren't for my power, which was weakened in the process of traversing, not to mention the 4 of you, even if there were 40 more of you, you wouldn't be able to defeat me. Hearing this, Xian Shuang's face was full of surprise. You're saying that you're actually a tombstone spirit? Tombstone spirit? This was indeed a very vivid description. Bah, you're the tombstone spirit. I'm the Xiantian emperor, the way of the heavenly mausoleum, formed by the power of life and death. I'm the incarnation of the great way. What do you know? When he heard that he was called a tombstone spirit, he felt a great sense of humiliation. You're also a tombstone spirit that can talk, Li Zongjio said affirmatively. Chapter 1587. No matter what this guy was, Li Zongjio and the others would not let their guard down. It was really shocking that a tombstone of the mysterious Heaven Great Emperor could reach such a state. If this was the mysterious Heaven Great Emperor himself, how terrifying would he be? Who's that guy outside? Li Zhongjiu finally asked the important question and pointed outside. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu also controlled the chaotic bell to show the situation outside. Hence, the tombstone spirit saw a fireball in front of him. Oh my God, how could it be him? Why is he here? You're all dead. Hurry up and leave this world. The tombstone spirit seemed to be very agitated and immediately flew around. At least, they could feel his anxiety. You want to continue being whipped by my chaotic force, right? Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. This guy had once hurt Qi Yanran. If this guy was not useful, Li Zhongjiu would have smashed him into pieces. If he refined him directly, he would still be able to jump around here. This is the incarnation of the limitless true flame world, one of the 5 macro worlds. It is said that this person is extremely fierce and can destroy the world. Many people who came to the limitless true flame world were eaten by this guy. This person is very aggressive. Let's go quickly. Once he wakes up, everything in sight will be destroyed by him. No one will be able to escape, the tombstone spirit said. Li Zhongjiu and the others roughly understood. It seemed that all this was the doing of the so-called mysterious Heaven Great Emperor. The person in the fireball was one of the characters in the 5 macro worlds created by the mysterious Heaven Great Emperor. You said that he is an incarnation or the real body. What do you mean by incarnation? Qi Yanran asked. This guy had mentioned incarnation many times. This term was very unfamiliar to Qi Yanran and the others. Even in Qi Yanran's inherited memory, she did not obtain any information about this. Perhaps it was because her level was not high enough. The so-called incarnation is a manifestation of one's strength. Some experts will condense their will into an incarnation. After going through a tribulation, they will form this incarnation and finally merge it with their real body. It was Xian Shuang who explained, if you want to condense the power of this incarnation, you have to break through the celestial realm and reach the heavenly Lord realm. The person in the flame in front of him, it was the power of the incarnation of the so-called Lord of Heaven of the infinite true flame. The other party was using this method to cultivate. It was very likely that there was more than one incarnation. Instead, he would divide his will into dozens or even hundreds of strands, and then go through a period of training. Finally, when this incarnation reached the great perfection realm, he would be able to retrieve this power. That was probably what he meant. This was a very advanced method. What the hell is this? It's so complicated. Doesn't that mean that this guy is actually just a manifestation of his will and doesn't have a true soul? Li Zhongjiu asked. The tombstone spirit nodded. You can say that, but if you think that he's stupid, then you're too stupid. The incarnation has gone through a tribulation and gained wisdom. It's far better than you guys. It's 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times better. Li Zhongjiu and the others were completely fed up with the tombstone spirit's performance. Who cares about his incarnation? Since there's no room for negotiation, then let's just fight. Li Zhongjiu didn't care about these things. Since you want to destroy the Shenggu continent, you're going against the Luoxia city. Li Zhongjiu would never let you go. I'll definitely kill you. You used a method to freeze my will. Are you going to hand it over, or do you want me to refine you and get it myself? Li Zhongjiu said with a gentle smile. He was also very generous to allow the person in front of him to have a chance to choose. Such a person was really too magnanimous. That was because I used my tombstone true body to freeze you. Now that my true body has been shattered by you guys, I'm only left with a remnant soul. How can I perform such a unique skill? The tombstone spirit seemed to have thought of his broken tombstone and began to sob softly. Li Zhongjiu nodded. All right, it seems like you've chosen to let me refine you personally. Fine. Li Zhongjiu immediately moved his body and summoned his chaotic energy. The tombstone spirit seemed to be immune to other forces and couldn't hurt him at all. Only the chaotic energy could deal with it. Therefore, Li Zongjio summoned his chaotic energy without hesitation. The tombstone spirit clearly did not expect Li Zongjio to attack without any warning. Li Zongjio was completely unreasonable. Immediately, the tombstone spirit began to shout loudly, "No, no, no, I'll tell you, it's the mountain and sea mind concentrating spell." The mountain and sea mind concentrating spell. As Li Zongjio listened to the introductions of these people, he gradually understood. These people seemed to be good at a type of attack called curse art. Li Zongjio had never come into contact with curse art, but he had seen the power of curse art. "Hand it over? If I find any falsehood in this curse art, I won't hesitate," Li Zongjio said calmly. This tombstone spirit was clearly a coward because it still wanted to escape if it had a chance. Therefore, it was willing to pay the price to resolve any threat from Li Zongjio. Although this tombstone spirit wasn't its true body, it still had a certain effect on the latter. Moreover, it knew that Li Zongjio's temper was so direct that it naturally didn't dare to provoke him. Immediately, the tombstone spirit opened its mouth. Then it spat out a scroll. The scroll was also engraved with a lot of large characters with mental energy. This is the secret of the mountain and sea mind concentrating spell. The tombstone spirit said, "With your bad temper, you're the most suitable person to go through the checkpoints of the 5 great worlds. There were endless treasures and secret techniques in there. What about it? It'll be a chance for you to reach the peak of your life. I can take you in, but you have to let me live and give me freedom. From now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. How about that?" The tombstone spirit said calmly. However, there was no sound in the surroundings at all. It immediately looked. Li Zongjio and the others had actually disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, they were all studying the mountain and sea mind concentrating spell in their hands. Seeing that Li Zongjio and the others had really left, Black Soul also let out a sigh of relief, helplessly. To think that I, the great Tao incarnation, actually had to compromise in such a way. It's really sad for the Tao of life and death. Then, Black Soul lowered its head and repaired the tombstone fragments on the ground. It looked extremely miserable. Chapter 1588. Li Zongjio and the others weren't interested in the latter's misery. The mountain and sea concentrating spell. Even after obtaining the scroll, Li Zongjio did not keep it for himself. Instead, he gave it to the others. Wu Shuang had no way to cultivate, so he had to stay in the array formation to guard it. She perfected the black tortoise heavenly disaster formation. The remaining 3 people also practiced this spell together. Xian Shuang didn't expect Li Zongjio to be so generous. The level of the spell was obviously very precious. Even in the upper world, it would be very popular. However, Li Zongjio didn't hesitate at all. Xian Shuang was touched. The 3 of them studied the spell together. However, Xian Shuang only studied it for 2 days, then she left. Speaking of this incantation technique, it was quite strange. While Xian Shuang was cultivating, every time he recited the main points, there would be a considerable change in his body. It would give Xian Shuang a splitting headache. Xian Shuang even thought that if she continued to cultivate, her body would explode. Her head was going to explode. Originally, Xian Shuang had thought that her cultivation was because she had been practicing a fake spell. However, they were all reading the same book. Both Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran had obviously entered the state, and there was an extremely powerful aura brewing in their bodies. It was obvious that the 2 of them had succeeded in their cultivation. Damn it, is my talent not good enough? I'm getting old. Xian Shuang looked up at the sky and sighed. He also quit cultivating. Apparently, the spell wasn't suitable for him, or he should go and tinker with the formation. He should go and check on the incarnation of the Wuji, Lord of Heaven. At the same time, he was complaining in his heart. How boring was the Xiantian great emperor. Why did he create such a thing? He was obviously here to make trouble. Creating such a thing, and then turning the other worlds into a mess, how wicked! Luoxia City had successfully moved to the top of the Sacred Flame Royal City. However, it wasn't directly above the Sacred Flame Royal City. Otherwise, a casual gust of wind from the Luoxia City would blow some rubbish down to the Sacred Flame Royal City. Moreover, what if Luoxia City was really shot down by someone one day? What would happen? There would be no saving it. It would fall from the sky like a huge meteorite. After it landed, it would destroy the Sacred Flame Royal City. That was 2 cities that had lost their lives. Many people were amazed by the successful transfer. In the world, only the Luoxia City had the power to do that. Only the White Deer residents would be able to accomplish such a task. As for the fireball in the Blackwater Forest, the White Deer Mansion didn't make it public. They only warned others not to go near the place. Otherwise, if they didn't do it, ordinary people didn't need to know what was really going on. This was because it would be detrimental to the management of the Saint Flame dynasty. In Qinkuan Sacred City, Emperor Xingyan was sweating profusely. He was really worried. What if the Luoxia City flew over and hung above the Sacred Flame Royal City? What should he do? Wouldn't it be a declaration that the Luoxia City was the real ruler? Others lived in the sky. You lived on the ground. How could you control the people who lived in the sky? Fortunately, they didn't have such intentions. Sacred Flame Great Emperor was so scared that he immediately brought his men to Luoxia City to see what was going on. He wanted to know if there was any dissatisfaction with his management. He didn't expect that there would be such a big movement. The number of experts in the Luoxia City had far surpassed the royal family. There was no competition at all. Li Tianqing and the others only met for show and had a meal. After all, the other party was the Emperor Xingyan. At least he was the master of the royal family. They had to give him some face. It was obviously very hard to govern such a huge country. However, most of the time, Li Tianqing was also anxious to find Qi Shaohan. The 2 of them were like brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. They drank and chatted happily. The people in the Luoxia City were boiling. One must know. Now the entire Luoxia City. Some of the businesses in the Luoxia City were all for the sake of it. This was the reputation of the Luoxia City. But in fact, there was nothing around the Luoxia City. It was just because of its good reputation. They wanted to occupy a place and contribute to the Luoxia City. It could be said that they had built a relationship with the Luoxia City. They wanted to build a relationship with the White Deer Mansion. In case something happened in the future and they needed the help of the White Deer Mansion, they would be able to build a connection. But now the Luoxia City was near the Sacred Flame Royal City. It directly raised the level of the Luoxia City. The transportation here was convenient. Doing any kind of trade could be done easily and directly. Such a good thing instantly caused these people to boil with excitement. At the same time, it was a huge impact on some of the merchants in the Luoxia City. It was equivalent to reaching the sky in a single step. Xiao Zhao also found time to pay a visit to Li Tianqing. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was really the first time in the history of the city that such a thing had happened. Xiao Zhao was very clear about the current situation of the entire continent. So, he really needed the ultimate weapon plan. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed. Xian Shuang was also glad that Li Zongjio gave him a pill to save his life. Otherwise, he would have been buried in the ground and laid to rest in the tomb. Even now, Xian Shuang was still alive and kicking. It was all because of Li Zongjio's pill. This kid is really amazing, Xian Shuang said. He was also very emotional. Half a month ago, Qi Yanran withdrew from the state of cultivation. Xian Shuang wanted to see this move, but Qi Yanran shook her head helplessly. I still can't understand the last seal. There is an obvious repulsive force. Obviously, Qi Yanran also failed. Only Li Zongjie was their last chance. "Don't worry. He will succeed," Xian Shuang said. She didn't expect that Xian Shuang would comfort Qi Yanran. It seemed that Xian Shuang was more familiar with Li Zongjie. Qi Yanran also looked at Xian Shuang in surprise. Right at this moment, a wave of fluctuation came from the ground. Then, countless cracks appeared on the ground. From within the crack, a blazing aura burst forth.